See, can you please press your microphone and say something?
Your video is off.
The video is not.
Okay,
Can you see the room?
I can see.
Video is clear. Are we on?
Yes, you on flow from this side.
We also record from this side.
Okay, no problem, sir.
So, Peter, did you get what we were going to get on meeting?
Peter is still busy with the presentation. I'm waiting for him to finish and then he says he's gonna join as soon as possible. Okay.
distinguished members of parliament, dear colleagues,
honorables parlementaires, chers collègues,
dear parliamentarians, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
j'ai le plaisir
Of the pleasure
de vous annoncer que j'ai
To-
été désigné
indicate to you that I've been appointed
l'administration de notre Parlement
by the administration of our parliament
la séance
to
de samedi.
chair today's session.
Depuis ce matin
So,
jusqu'au soir,
since this morning,
moi j'ai le plaisir
at the evening, I'll be the chairperson of the sessions. And here with colleagues, but for people who do not know me, Samuel Singas, I am a parliamentarian from the Central African Republic, and I'm one of the
j'ai eu à présider
old parliamentarians in PAP. I have already covered 2 terms in legal and social affairs. Because of rotation, I became vice chair of the Committee on Population and Conflict Resolution. Dear colleagues, as you may have noted in the program that was given to us, today today is the 3rd day of our meeting. We are going to center our different contributions on parliamentarian diplomacy and advocacy. This is a very important theme, and for this morning, like you can see on the screen, we are going to work jointly with our colleagues who are in Bujumbura, in Burundi. You can already see them. You can see our colleagues in Bujumbura. So we are going to be interacting. So the colleagues in Bujumbura are greeting us. They are also greeting you from Johannesburg in the Midland. So we are going to work jointly. That said, I'm going to humbly request colleagues, since you are not very many, if I'm going to request you to come closer. For you who are at the back, please come towards the front so that the cameraman may be able to cover everybody in the picture. Please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. President. Can you prepare us?
Two, zero.
Recently, we didn't travel to Bujumbura, but before I go to that, honorable members, why we are scattered, why we are in 3 venues, it's very important to highlight you. As you know, PAP doesn't have budget for committee sittings and sessions. And also, we were not able to use European Union budget for committee sittings, as the relation between PAP and European Union was under question. And later on, thanks to our Secretariat and European Union, we tried to re-establish our contact with European Union, and we asked why they are reluctant to contact Pan-African Parliament and to work with Pan-African Parliament. As you all know, in past, Pan-African Parliament used to have 4 meetings with the European Union. Every 3 months we used to have. But now it's not the case. We tried to ask them. They said we wrote an official letter and you didn't respond. We asked them, what letter was that? It was a letter about one of our bureau member who was with that allegation of sexual scandal. And we said we just got a letter a few weeks back, and then we responded accordingly, and they allowed us to use money for reallocation of money for this non-statutory meeting. This is not a statutory meeting. Since it's not a statutory meeting, we cannot bring all the parliamentarians to one.
Recording in progress.
And we as a bureau and as a secretariat, our priority for us at least to allow our members to know this PAP is moving, PAP is alive, at least to have to find time, to find an opportunity for our members to again to meet, to interact and to deliver. So that we try to convene this meeting in 3 venues. Honorable members, we know there are so many pressures. Some of us were asked not to attend even this meeting. It was very unfortunate. And we know why they are scared of members to gather. We know why they are afraid of members to be together. And you will have now, today, you will have Kappa report. You will judge by yourself. Why those guys are scared of Pan-African Parliament to sit together? Yeah, Excellencies, we don't like gossip. We have very reasonable answer for each and every challenge what we are facing. So I will not take much time, but Excellencies, also I cannot hide from you. AU, PRC, they don't want to give us money for elections. Elections should take as soon as possible. Dr. Gayo never fought for power. No. We will go to fill vacancies, and we will bring our president from southern region because it should stay there for next 2 years, and we will stay first vice president from northern region, and third vice president from central region, fourth vice president from central region. That's nobody will compromise with that, and also even AU will refuse to give us money. We will go for online meetings and online elections because even you remember AU chairperson was elected online. Musa Faki was during COVID, the election took place through online meetings. So nothing wrong. It's technology can help us. Money is not all about. We can find solutions for each and every problems what we are facing today. Excellencies, thank you for coming to PAP. Thank you for commitment, and we know what price you paid for that. We all together, we should stay united. We should keep moving forward. We should live as the expectation of people of Africa. It's not about individuals. Individuals, you will listen who they were now. Soon you will have that report of Kappa, and you yourself will think and will judge why those people do not want to see PAP members to be together. Now I heard some people are sitting at center intimidating people to go back, leave the parliament, and even not to join the Pan-African Parliament. It's not fair. It's not fair, honorable members. It's not fair. And I'm not lying, you know that. Some of you were approached, some of you were told not to attend this meeting. How come? Members should sit together, should deliberate, should talk, interact, and also if there is something going wrong, they should correct. There's a way only forward can be for the parliamentarians. There is no other way. We are parliamentarians. We should debate. We need to have dialogues. We need to have presentations. We need to move forward. Excellencies, with this short note, I will ask the Kappa chairperson to give 10 minutes summary only. You have the floor, Mr. Kappa, President, please.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I come in front or here? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Your Excellency, Acting President of Pan-Africa Parliament, honorable members present, and those joining us online. I was elected CAPA Chair, and CAPA is Committee on Accounts and Committee on Audit and Public Accounts. And my calling is to contribute to PAP and AU, not to do things as they were done. So I have no interest to put anything under carpet. If the figures were shown to me, it's my duty to present them as they were shown. CAPA did meet in mid-round to look at why we did not sit for the committee meeting and plenary in the second half of the year. The summary of what we found, I'll read the executive summary of the report. Indeed, CAPA reports to plenary. We were given this role by the Bureau. Can you find out what happened that the budget for
Midrand, can you hear us? Midrand, are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you, but your video is kind of jammed.
Okay, I think the problem is Addis, not our side. It's actually the problem is Addis. Good morning, Mr. Gali.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, good, sir. Thank you.
I think all is okay from my side. Jacob.
Addis Ababa, please unmute mic. Please unmute mic, Addis Ababa.
Deadline, but the president put it in writing for them to engage more than the budget. Now, to go above the budget, you need So there's a gentleman called Edmond identified in the IT of the AU that allowed PAP to open a fake account, a secret account. That's where all that excess above budget was being posted as prepayment, like an asset, essentially hidden. We interviewed the former finance director, Madam Charlotte. She admitted having opened that. We tried to interview the former President Charumbira. He was not available.
Hello. Excuse me. Can you hear us in Midland?
Yes.
If possible, please, may you restart because we lost you. We are just joining you now. So please, Mr. Chairman, if you could restart. Thank you so much.
Noted, Honorable Kingston. Let me read the summary.
Okay.
The terms of reference of couples to ascertain why PAP could not hold the committee meeting and session in August and October 2023, respectively. To ascertain how the budget lines for the two committee meetings and two ordinary sessions for the year were utilized. Those are terms of reference. To determine whether the requirement of AU rules and regulations were complied with. To make recommendations. Here are our findings. 1. The total approved amounts for committees and sessions budget lines in year 2023 was $1.4 million. This comprises $500,000 for committees and $900,000 for plenary sessions. Finding 2, the amount spent during the committee meetings in March was $985,000, representing 394% of the budget available for March 2023, which was $250,000. Also, during the May 2023 session, the amount of $1.2 million was spent. Thus, the entire budget of the PAP meant for the two committees and two sessions in the year 2023 was exhausted during the meetings in March and May 2023, respectively. The two budget lines were overrun by an amount of $847,140 US dollars. Finding 3, the major reasons for the budget overrun include A, excessive engagement of support staff, B, longer duration of the meetings in March and May 2023. Here we are, we're only spending 3 days and we'll finish, but those sessions went on for 2 to 3 weeks. Finding 4, support staff cost was the major cost driver. Out of the available budget of $250,000 for March committee meetings, expenditure on support staff was $232,000, while it was $468,000 in May for a budget of $450,000. So just support staff was more than the overall budget. Finding 5, the budget overrun of the deliberate act perpetrated by the former President Chief Charumbira, who personally managed the recruitment of support staff. This is not hearsay. There is a list here of support staff signed by the former president that he gave to finance. Employ this and pay them. And it's all in signing. It's signed. That's the only documentary evidence we could find. So in the bureau member, there's no evidence that they gave those instructions. And when we asked the finance people, they said we couldn't do anything if it was given to us, the orders were given to us in writing. Finding 5, the former head of finance, Ms. Charlotte Mark, facilitated the excessive and reckless spending by creating unauthorized bookkeeping accounts to hide the amount spent in excess of the approved budget. We spoke to her online. She was dropping tears. She was sorry that she got herself involved in this process, more so that she has since retired. Overall recommendation, by willfully engaging in expenditure in excess of the approved budget, Honorable Charumbira and Honorable Ms. Mark are in breach of Appropriation Rule 81HO of the AU
En tout cas, nous, on ne vous suit pas à Bujumbura. On vous a perdu.
Également ici à Midrand, on ne vous suit pas non plus. À Midrand, on ne vous suit pas non plus. Merci.
We can proceed.
This is Bujumbura. Can Midrand hear Bujumbura?
So, I was reading the AU financial rules that we have reached. The other one is AU RFR 82/4, which states all financial irregularities shall be treated as acts of misconduct within the meaning of the AU staff regulations and rules, and shall be dealt with in accordance with the disciplinary procedures set out herein.
1. 0.
107, compliance and sanctions for breach of rules. What do you do to a PAP member of staff when they break the rules, financial rules? What do you do to an elected member of PAP when they break financial rules? 2 states that any official and staff members who contravenes or breaches these rules or any administrative instruction and procedure issued in relation to these financial rules shall be held personally and financially liable and shall be disciplined in accordance with the relevant provisions of the rules. 3, depending on the gravity of the breach and the size of the irregularity, in addition to the sanction and where applicable, other sanctions could include waiver of immunity, investigation, and prosecution against the laws of an AU member states in that jurisdiction. 4, if a breach has been caused by an official is an elected member, like me, if I'm found wanting with financial rules of the AU or at PAP, in this case, has been caused by an official, the matter shall be referred to the Executive Council. So for members of staff, the Bureau can deal with them and pursue with the South African government to remove their immunity and get them prosecuted because they abused AU money. For an elected official, the Bureau has no powers. The matter has to be referred to the Executive Council. Executive Council is a committee for foreign affairs of all African countries. They deliberate and then their report goes to the Assembly of Heads of State. Overall, the CAPA discovered that the reason for the PAP's inability to hold committees meetings and session in August and October is of funds, as the total funds meant for the budget lines of statutory meetings for the whole year was exhausted during the meetings held in March and May 2023. Honorable members, this meeting is not statutory, it's sponsored by the AU, as the President said. I have a memo here signed by the former President Charumbira alone, and he initialed his name on each page, giving a list of support staff to finance. Come what may engage these, I'm giving you instructions. And when we interviewed them, they said he's the president, we couldn't say no. Lastly, just to prove the list of, it's very important, but it's the last one, it's just support on this argument, so that you know from each country for the March and May sittings, how many support staff came from each country. It's normal for any bureau member to have 3-4 support staff. Say if someone is Portuguese speaking, like Madame Rusia, then she needs support staff from her countries because then they help with Portuguese. So I'll read them because they are very important. Benin, there was 1 support staff in March and 1 in May. I'll do random sampling. Cameroon, there was 11 and 10, March and May respectively. Cape Verde, 5 and 15. Côte d'Ivoire, 4 and 5. Eswatini, 0 and 1. Malawi, in March there was 3 support staff and in May 4. Mozambique, there was 3 support staff in March and 8 in May. So I'm sampling, but it remains the same, that they were below. Nigeria in March there was 13 support staff and there was 13 in May. South Africa, there was 58 support staff in March and 52 in May. South Africa, there was 58 support staff in March and 52 in May. Tanzania, there was 2 support staff in March and 6 in May. My country, since I'm the one presenting, there was 4 support staff in March and 6 in May. Uganda, there was 6 support staff in March and 3 in May. Zimbabwe, there was 46 support staff in March and 34 in May. When you add all support staff, in March we had 254 support staff, and in May we had 241 support staff. You can see, honorable members, here, it shows where the near $900,000 went to, was to pay support staff, mainly from South Africa and Zimbabwe. South Africa in March it was 58 support staff, and in May it was 52. Zimbabwe it was 46 support staff, and in May it was 34. That's where it is, and there's a list of who came, and the second stage would be to prove, did this come? There was submission from one member of staff that they didn't see some of the staff that were paid. So this is the truth, nothing but the truth, and not present in those meetings we did for 5 days was Honorable Malema from South Africa, Honorable Said from Sahrawi, Honorable Patrick Oshabi from Uganda, Honorable Ambassador Lowila from South Sudan, Honorable Kamani in front from Tanzania, and most of them have accounting background. So this is the report and the truth. If PAP will want to hide these figures, abuse of our country's money from the AU under the carpet, I personally will not be part of that, and I'll call a spade of spade to improve to be abuse of funds. And this is clear misappropriation, mismanagement, and hence PAP has been inactive. We couldn't hold meetings. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Honorable members, hopefully you have got very good information, but per our standing order, we will have debate as a plenary very soon, and just we gave you this highlight to know. It might help you to know where we are in this current situation. Excellencies, with this short note, as our speaker is waiting for us for tea break, we will take 15-20 minutes tea break, and we will resume our meetings. Thank you.
Chers collègues, la réunion a été suspendue pour une pause café de 15 minutes. La réunion qui devait interagir entre Midrand, Addis Abeba et Bujumbura. Maintenant, avant de reprendre, nous devons ici, au niveau...
pour ce qui nous concerne, nous qui sommes à Bujumbura, nous avons pris notre pause café, nous sommes là, nous attendons votre retour pour reprendre la séance. Nous, ou bien on peut continuer directement avec vous, parce que nous, on a déjà observé notre pause.
One.
Break. For us who are in Bujumbura, we have already had our break. For those who would like to take the floor to ask questions, they could do it. They could ask the interim President Intergayo or President Kappa, who has made his presentation, as the other colleagues prepare. When the session resumes, they'll take the floor to respond to questions of clarifications. The question will be asked either to President Kayu or President Kappa. But already, in as far as I'm concerned, the Kappa report that I've followed, like you, dear colleagues, excuse me for using this word, I have almost had my bladder emptying because the situation looks quite appalling. And the Pan-African Parliament is going direct into disappearance if we don't take the necessary measures to save our continental parliament. It will be a shame. You can already see in the introduction when the interim president Gayu was talking, he indicated that they were being begged by the African Union. They begged the African Union to fund this meeting. It's a shame to Africa. Should we have our heads up and talk at equal terms with the Europeans? Before yesterday, we debated on a theme on migration, and we were pointing an accusing finger to Europeans. But today, it's now us who are begging so that Europe can give us means to be able for us to meet. Why? Because the African Union Commission put in place means to the disposal of this organ, the Pan-African Parliament, but the means were dilapidated, they were misused. And dear friends, dear colleagues, we should not pretend not to be taking on this problem. The campaign has already been closed, and we have had a chair or a president and a vice president to represent us. And if those colleagues have not managed our institutions properly, we must have the intellectual probity, the intellectual honesty to look for ways of stopping that trend. There should not be any jurisprudence. Honorable singers, can you please accord me some minutes or some seconds? We have got an established program, and we are going to work according to that program. No, listen please. You are presiding the session in Midland. We are in Bujumbura. We are working together. However, we must understand one thing. We have a program here in Bujumbura, and we are following that program. We are working with the people online who are following the debate. But we must be organized, so must do the work, so as to do the work academically. I believe it will be better to respect the program that was submitted to us, was given to us, and later we shall see how to respond to the other contributions and interventions. Thank you. It's the interim president that should try to do all possible so that this meeting can be held in the best conditions according to the established procedure. There are two chairs of the sessions. Can I come in at this level? Yes, take the floor. We are following you. I would just want to say that good morning everybody, honorable members. I'm sorry to take the floor now. I would like to say, after what President Bako has said, is that we have a program which is calling upon the interventions of certain experts online, and those experts are waiting. After the presentation made by Per Kappa, I think we should follow the program that was established. Clarifications and questions will be answered later. We sent the links to different people who are following us online, so they should not come to know about our internal problems. So I would request the parliamentarians to accept that we continue with the program on our internal issues in order to respect those who are online and who are supposed to participate with us. It will enable us to attain the objectives assigned us. That's what I wanted to submit. Thank you. Yeah, Bujumbura agrees with you totally. And in the mid-round, I believe the proposal that has been made by the interim Secretary General must be validated and accepted, because there's a program that was made by our experts and they're following us online. So we should follow the pre-established program, and at the end we shall come back to the capital issue, the main issues regarding the ECAPA report that has been presented to us. Thank you very much. From here in Midrand. So the second point, I do not know who among you will preside over this session between Banco and Lingas. So if we know who is going to be chair, we shall progress. Yeah, first we are ready already. So we'd like now to start on presenting the declaration and give the floor to the experts who are already online. And as we advance in our work, we shall alternate between Bujumbura and Midrand. Colleague Bako must be, he's at the quarter of the Pan-African Parliament. When we start interactions, it's Midrand which should start, but as he's saying, by modesty, we are requesting him to be chair, but he must not forget that a big brother is a big brother. Thank you, Honorable President Lingas. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are going to start today's day with a preliminary presentation of Honorable Jean-Marie, President of the Justice and Human Rights Committee. Honorable Jean-Marie, you take the floor. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, honorable MPs, ladies and gentlemen, staff of leadership of the Parliament, experts, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor before you to make a presentation on parliamentary diplomacy and controls. Diplomacy is defined as a science and practice of relationships between states, and it is known to be traditionally attached to working powers of the state that are exercised through executive powers and the agents in various positions. So this makes us think that the Parliament could have an important role to play on a progressive basis. To be diplomacy parliamentary diplomacy opens doors that have not been exploited, and as a mean of expression of the state with the outside world. And this is strengthened by the Vienna Convention of 1961, which gives the monopoly of expression to ministers of foreign affairs of countries. Internalizing the growing activity of parliamentary activity is undertaken through players who have been mobilized and with whom the president, the speakers of parliaments, and also the poor put into the hands of legislators play a role. And through these anti-interparliamentary organizations like the Interparliamentary Union, the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly, and many other associations of that nature and through this parliamentary diplomacy becomes complementary to state diplomacy, which is entrusted into the executive powers of a country and the diplomats that the states mandate. So, dear colleagues, through this legitimacy, the parliament and the people that are represented, the diplomatic, this helps to reduce the GAM's principle in achieving a global world. Through this, this in a way hampers, has an impact on democracy, but it is a source of hope at the same time. So, honorable parliamentarians, you will note that parliamentary diplomacy recognizes that dialogue and cooperation amongst parliamentarians contribute positively to relieving tension among parliamentarians and continues in a positive way, contributes into reducing tension amongst countries, and it also helps to find solutions to problems that can be complex, especially in the field of human rights and the parliamentary democracy, and also the rule of law. Parliamentary diplomacy is a tool, an additional tool that works with the traditional diplomacy. The parliaments have the duty to approve treaties before they are officially ratified. However, the powers of the parliament should not be limited to that formal stage in international relationships. To be efficient, the activities of the parliament should be accompanied with an exchange of information and also structured coordination with the national government. And there is an article that shows that parliamentarians are more and more called upon to observe activities of international bodies and to take part in those debates, and they also contribute to strengthen the democratic activities and also to interact with the public opinion. Parliamentary diplomacy and the methods are used lead to results which are not easy to obtain through other channels that are conventional. And this contact with foreign parliaments helps to bring together experiences gained by parliamentarians, and in addition, this would promote understanding amongst the elite, the political scene of the concerned countries. And it is a way of setting up and growing relationships of confidence among people. Dialogue and cooperation amongst parliamentarians is essential for parliamentary diplomacy, and it contributes positively to reducing tensions amongst countries and also to find realistic solutions to complicated problems, especially in the field of human rights, parliamentary democracy, and in the area of the rule of law. Without taking up the role of diplomacy, parliamentarians should play an increased role to be able to promote, first of all, to promote political pluralism and promoting norms of parliamentary democracy in their countries, but also in the rest of the world. Secondly, they should be acquainted with issues that are cross-cutting at the international level and the work of international organizations. Thirdly, working in synergies with other players, they should be able to contribute in getting results in various situations, such as the prevention of resolving conflicts and promoting human rights in given countries or in a region. They should also take a role in fighting poverty, promoting climate, and also protecting our ecology. They should also promote the role the role of the President of Parliament should be enforced in need or to consolidate norms of parliamentary democracy. They should also encourage training of friends groups in the parliament and similar groups between national parliaments to be able to share experiences and good practices, especially in parliamentary and political areas. And number six, the parliamentarians should play a role, increase the role in the creation or strengthening international networks or international associations among parliaments. And lastly, we propose a stronger position for parliamentary institutions in the institutions in the countries where they are. So, honorable members, this is where my dialogue with you stops, and I'd like to call upon you to improve upon these ideas that we have shared with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Jean-Marie. We have listened carefully to your initial presentation, and we are now going to call upon Honorable Tin Kouete from Côte d'Ivoire to make his first presentation. Honorable, you have the floor if you're listening to me. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, do you hear me? We hear you, but we don't see you. That should be possible. We see you now. And some say, we can see you now. and honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my interest in making a contribution to this workshop that's going to discuss anti-constitutional changes of government in Africa, a situation that leads to instability and affects democracy and also affects negatively the development of our nations. The anti-constitutional changes well, the theme chosen to be presented today is diplomacy and parliamentary control. Well, as I would like to speak to the speaker, who is my colleague in Cote d'Ivoire. The theme that you have raised is the one that was discussed. We have been discussing since yesterday, and for the third day, today that is, the theme is on parliamentary diplomacy and advocacy. And our colleague Jean-Marie has already spoken on this subject. He comes from Burundi because he made a presentation. So you should follow in his path to tell us, to discuss today's theme. Take into account what he said. The presenter, honorable presenter, I think he's not lost because he's going to talk about the role of the parliamentarian in control and diplomacy with regard to constitutional changes of government. I think, Chair, it's just a matter of coordination. So I apologize if there have been any misunderstandings. Honorable, we have understood the theme and the presentation that you are going to make. Would you like to talk about the role of the parliamentary control and diplomacy while trying to highlight them with regard to unconstitutional changes of government? Yes, that is what I want to talk about, because in the foreign countries we have already undertaken action for some time to discuss these unconstitutional changes. So I'd like to see what steps have been initiated in the Francophone countries. I'm going to talk about that. But before then, I want to talk about the situation before saying what the parliament can play diplomatically in resolving some of these issues. So we understand each other. Can you please continue? Please continue. We have understood. We understand each other. So please go ahead. Continue. And constitutional changes of constitution, I challenge to our institutions, our parliamentary institutions in the sub-region and in the economic and social fields have to be considered by looking at the roles that were assigned to the parliaments at their creation for the well-being of the people. So before I go any further, I would like to talk about what we can relate to unconstitutional changes of government. As a matter of fact, unconstitutional changes of government in Africa are a institutional break that takes different forms. A government is overturned illegally through a coup d'etat by the military, attempted abrogation of terms of office, and elections, faulty elections in violations of fundamental principles of a state, a rule of law. And all these are unconstitutional acts because they go against the established rules in our constitutions in Africa and the charters which are the basis of international organizations. And given over the last years, a number of serious political crisis in the Francophone zones, especially in Africa. The concern of the Francophone parliamentary system has been affected, because this situation then leads us to take initiatives to refuse the fatality of these challenges to the model of democracy that we are practicing, because what we know is the state shares power between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branch to protect rights as protected by the Francophone assemblies or constitution. The Francophone Assembly has 12 sessions of Francophone states and is determined to play their role in this field through 3 working areas, that which we initiate through the angle of parliamentary diplomacy. Now, parliamentary diplomacy in that zone is means for us to maintain, to open communication channels with the traditional parliament, because if a problem arises, we should accept to come together, listen to each other, and then arrive at the appropriate solutions instead to protect the parliament. And we deploy cooperative actions in parliaments in order to reassure them and reintegrate them in the Francophone family. We also want to strengthen a contribution to diplomatic efforts, and this is the essence of the commitment of the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly, dealing with regimes which might be unconstitutional, because we feel that we need to work in solidarity in order to get out of our various conflicting situations. Dear parliamentarians, our practice in our country is founded on pragmatism. We would like to attach to keep communication channels open with other parliaments in order to work with them to return to constitutional order. So the African sections that were suspended are invited to the meetings of the Francophone Assembly, and as a regional delegate, I'm involved in that dialogue with those who could come back to the Francophone Constitutional Assembly. Now, I want to give you examples of diplomatic, parliamentary diplomacy that we have undertaken. In the institutional break in Gabon, the Parliamentary Assembly on the Francophone countries called upon Gabonese authorities to organize without delay a mission to get to understand the situation and also open dialogue with that country. And our president, Mr. Francis Gouin, got in touch with the president of the National Assembly of Gabon, and the regional delegate at the same time also undertook a mission to 24th December, just before the various proper mission was sent to this country. During that mission undertaken by President Ngwene, he wanted to involve the rapporteur of the political commission, Mr. Bernard Philippe, and the rapporteur and senator from Cameroon, and the member of parliament from Togo, Jemena, to travel to take part in this group of discussion. And when the mission was undertaken, all the institutions had been appointed and given actions undertaken already. It was up to us to undertake our mission to do this. To first of all understand the situation with regard to diplomatic governance, human development in Gabon, by meeting all the players who are concerned, that is civil society and the parliamentarians in Gabon. And we also assess the objectives and the duration of this takeover and means that the Francophone could provide to this member state in the situation in which they found themselves as they prepare a transitional period. We also discussed with the members of the parliament means to support the opposition to return for the return to constitutional order by proposing technical cooperation steps that could be offered to the state. And this trip in Gabon is the type of missions that we would like to undertake to maintain contact when there is a political crisis in a given country. And this is the state of mind.
One.
47th Assembly of a National. It was undertaken by the delegates to establish contact with the Angolan authorities at the highest level in order to share advocacy and help to resolve that crisis. Now, that situation was crowned with a success 2 weeks after the mission had been undertaken, because the National Assembly was requested to come back to the Francophone fold. So we redoubled effort to ensure that this succeeds. And that's how also we decided to work with the transitional parliament by coming up with cooperation programs and to build capacity in order to maintain contact with this parliament, as we said. So we also thought we should give ourselves means to weigh on the diplomatic scene in order to bring value addition as parliamentarians and the family, the Francophone family. We need to make known our legitimacy in discussing with executive powers to resolve conflicts. I would like to underscore, as I close, another political positive element that we have gained through parliamentary action. It helps us to preserve a link with other parliaments, and we are supposed to stop cooperating with the parliaments where the constitutional order has been disrupted. And unfortunately, this has been repeated in many countries, and we have about 12 parliaments that have been suspended, 7 of them on the African continent. So, Chair, essentially, these are the actions that the Francophone Parliamentary Group has undertaken in the diplomatic field in order to maintain links among states, among parliaments, in order to facilitate an emergence of another useful space for dialogue. Thank you, Honorable Member. We welcome the issues, the information you have shared with us with regard to strengthening collaboration with other parliaments that have been suspended, because one day or another they will come back to the fold. Burkina Faso, in Niger, in Guinea-Conakry. Pourquoi? Why? Why has the colleague talked about Gabon only and not the other countries? And also, the list, I would like to add Chad, because we say that we know that in Chad, the parliament, the transitional parliament, Chad is going through a transition, and Chad is in Central Africa. Has it traveled? Have you been to that country? So this is the concern that I'd like to share with the colleagues who are listening to us and who will be taking the floor. And then our colleague from Côte d'Ivoire would like our colleague from the Côte d'Ivoire to provide some information on this.
Thank you, Honorable Zingas. We now wish to give the floor to Honorable Brother of the APF to give us responses.
One.
Chair, I have noted 2 comments and questions. The first question is about the suspension of a section of the principle at APF, which is a regional Francophone parliament, is to fight against any possibility of an unconstitutional change of government. When a regime is lacking democracy, for example, if they have the top governments or they stage a putsch, they try to look at justice and individual liberty. At the same time, the Francophone Assembly of Parliament asked itself, what would it help to refuse to listen to a regime, because that regime got out of the constitutional framework. So we thought that not listening to them at all, it will not be very good, it will not be diplomatic enough. Whatever bad act has been committed, we should ask first of all the person who has made the error and listen to them, and that will enable us to understand and therefore find ways of resolving the problem. Because whatever the situation may be, we can have a toppling of government today, and then we may have a transition government democratically and end up in a happy situation. And that will be respecting the APF procedures. If we want only to be there when things are all good, then that means solidarity at the Francophone Parliament will not be practiced. So we should live together in the good and the bad, because a situation, in any constitutional situation, does not always please people. Not everybody, even the soldiers are not very happy for staging those coup d'etat. So we should try to represent our people by listening even to those people who have staged their coups. So in our case, there is no problem with suspecting those sections and inviting those people to our meetings. What I must note here is that there are debates to which those people don't participate, but we call them and listen to them, what are their intentions, and what to see what our Francophone Parliament can do. The second question is on mentioning Gabon. When we initiated activities in Gabon just after the coup d'etat, the question was asked, we wanted to know if we undertook the same actions in Mali, Burkina Faso and Guinea, or even Chad. I said yes. In Mali, for example, we sent several missions to Mali, and that time we thought we were being well understood. Yet a second coup d'etat took place, and from then we have constantly been inviting the Malian putschists to participate in our meetings, but they did not take up what we recommended as regards getting out of the crisis that Mali is going through today. In Burkina Faso, EIF is working on actions in order to enable the return to constitutional order. In Guinea, we organized 2 meetings, but they didn't take place because you cannot go to a country without harmonizing the program of work or agenda with that host country. So those meetings didn't take place in Guinea, but it's true that we shall keep pressing so that we may be able at our APF to bring the contribution to the constitutional process in that country. I hope I've given answers to the questions that have been asked. Thank you, Honorable Zingas. Do you have anything to add, or any other members? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As regards the second question, the colleague from Cote d'Ivoire has given precisions on Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. I would have wished that he also gives us some information about Niger and Chad. Those are countries which are also undergoing transition. How far have we gone as regards the process of APF trying to bring constitutional order to those 2 countries, that is Niger and Chad? Thank you, Honorable Zingas. I believe, Honorable, for taking the floor, Honorable Zingas is faithful to his work of a parliamentarian and has always had the habit of ensuring good control of the executive activities. Now, the honorable colleague from Cote d'Ivoire is on the bench of the executive, and now parliamentarians asking questions, and that's a very serious exercise. Honorable, give you the floor. Mr. Chair, in Chad, we undertook activities, cooperation activities in Chad. I will assure you that among all the countries I've cited, there's not a single country where the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly did not send any mission, either officially or unofficially. Before it's officially, there are sometimes things which are done internally before attaining or reaching the official mission. And all those countries we have cited, some actions have been undertaken in order to enable official missions to take place. And those missions are either already done or we are trying to organize them because problems are ongoing. I want to ensure my colleague that the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly put in place the means on the side of the populations that we are representing. That's a big challenge to us to find a Francophone family in good constitutional order, in an order that can enable each country to guarantee development and democracy to our citizens. The situation in Chad, for example, very soon we will officially receive information about the official activities taken in that country. So the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly is ready to do all possible to bring order to those countries. Thank you very much, Honorable. I believe that issue is very interesting and full of information because it has enabled us today to understand the present status and the situation in those states. Now I would like to give the floor to Honorable Salah from Libya to ask questions or to make comments related to the representations that have been made. Thank you.
Good morning for today's Assalamu alaikum, today's in Addis Ababa, today's in Maryland. Thank you for the presentation from Cote d'Ivoire. I missed some of the things because it was being interpreted. I think because it is not only area of our presidency, we have some of the agenda that we need to talk about Pan-African Parliament. We need not to talk on regionalism. So I therefore request that this is just one as an observation as the beginning, but it was the beginning started as though it was about unconstitutional changes, and then we realized that things coming from Midland we are not concerned us very much. What we are concerned here with this is the Pan-African Parliament. We have not come here to discuss about regional parliaments. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know whether Honorable Sir would like to intervene, or can we proceed on? Honorable members, we are now going to give the floor to whoever wants to take it from Midland or from Bujumbura. Anybody is free to take the floor. Honorable Zindes. Yes. Thank you very much. Honorable Bako here in Midland, there are 4 or 5 colleagues who would wish to take the floor, and so I'm going to give them the floor. They are going to make the interventions, and the colleague from Cote d'Ivoire and the colleagues in Burundi will take the floor to respond to the concerns that will have been raised by the colleagues who are here in Midland. We are going to start with the colleagues. Introduce yourself. Thank you, Honorable. We are going to take the 4 speakers first. Then we shall take the Honorable member from Cote d'Ivoire.
0.
And the Francophone countries. Because of recent, there have been many coups in the Francophone countries. We need to dissect the causes. Why there's that correlation, that many coups in Francophone. Secondly, we are talking about parliamentary democracy and advocacy. What should Parliament do to prevent unconstitutional changes of government? What should it do to prevent? We need to know that what we should actions that we should do to prevent coups in Africa. We also want to know how should we bring back constitutional order. What role should we play in terms of diplomacy, in terms of advocacy, so that we restore constitutional order in those countries that have had coups, military coups? What should be our participation in terms of diplomacy and in terms of advocacy? What should Pan-African do, a member parliament do, so that we put concerted efforts to bring back constitutional order in all countries in Africa, whether Francophone or Anglophone? Thank you very much.
1.
Now we give the floor to our colleagues from Djibouti. Djibouti, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. I wish to share the same idea as my colleague from Rwanda has raised. Now, most of the free speech countries which recently had unconstitutional changes of government, we have coups. First of all, we should ask ourselves, what is in those countries? First of all, the regimes have gone through very difficult contexts. When you talk about economy, social situations. What I can ask you now is, what is the role of the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly in there? Have they got any relationships? Have they done anything in order to improve the situation? Because at first it was all stable. What have they done after the coup d'etat to be able to establish the situation to what it was before? Has the Francophone done anything in those countries to restore peace and stability? Thank you, colleague. Now, it's up to you to take the floor. Namibia.
0.
Concerning when a coup happened, what will happen to the previous member of parliament and the incoming one vis-a-vis the parliament diplomacy we are talking about? He tried to explain, but to me, because I'm not a francophone, I don't understand this. If he can just clarify once more. Does it mean that the incoming one will invite the outgoing parliamentarian in terms of parliamentary diplomacy, or what will happen? I just want to get clarity on that.
1.
Now we shall give the floor to our colleague from Mauritania. Excuse me, our colleague from the Democratic Republic of Sahrawi. I listen very carefully to the presentations from Burundi and Ambassador. I just want only to. I have some observation. We are talking about parliamentary diplomacy as a parliamentary. Yesterday, we discussed about constitutional changes. I think it is appropriate for the Pan-African Parliament. It is in a situation I cannot call it an unconstitutional situation, but it is an abnormal situation. We should begin with ourselves. Instead of discussing other issues, let's begin with ourselves from the African Parliament. How do we portray the parliamentary diplomacy in order to come out of the problems we are living at the level of the African Parliament? For me, this is a priority. We need to discuss, we come out with the recommendations, with the ideas about how to exercise our roles in solving our own problems. Because at the moment we're in a crisis of African countries, we don't want to talk about it, but it is an opportunity that we need to take these themes, these issues that we're discussing in order to solve our problems, and beginning with us as the African Parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleague. It's now the turn of our colleague from Chad. Our colleague from Chad, you take the floor. I have a question. the presenter concentrated on some of the countries, particularly Francophone. We are presenting all in the parliament. But I have a question which always haunts me. It is true, some transitional periods in some African countries, particularly in the central and the transitional periods, it is very positive. He should have actually been given good news for us. Not every transitional period is very negative. What happened in Gabon, I think it can lead to rationality and positivity because there are facts which are very clear and what has happened. For example, in Chad, we have transitional steps that are taken. It is now coming to its end. All participated in it positively. Because some of the interventions we should have trusted some of the countries in which there are some positive steps, and these countries are already proved that this transitional period is better than cohesive means. So we are now in close to 2024. We are going to set up the fifth republic with the new constitution, with the many parties and political and civil society organizations. We have come together. So we are going. Is this not because there are some good things already? We needed to point at that because we need to talk about good things that have happened in some of the countries in transitional steps that have been taken. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, dear colleague. Now, we have got another colleague from Cote d'Ivoire who is a migrant. Now, we have a colleague here who would also like to take the floor. Now, our list will be exhausted here in Midrand, and then we shall give the floor back to you in Bujumbura. Dear colleague Sanogo from Cote d'Ivoire, you take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to congratulate the colleague from Cote d'Ivoire for the quality of his presentation. But some small question. I would wish to know why the FPA does not practice its democracy. To those people who suffer coup d'etat, before they suffer a coup d'etat, why don't they follow the good governance so that these coup d'etat are avoided? Because the FPA, Francophone Parliamentary Assembly, it has got a very good forum, and it's good for those people who have nowhere to address themselves. The regimes which are toppled are regimes which are elected democratically, and for which we should do all so that those regimes are not toppled, and everything should be done to establish those regimes back in power because they were elected constitutionally. Thank you. And now in Midrand here, I would like to give the floor to our colleague from Ethiopia. Dear colleague from Ethiopia, you take the floor.
0.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Zingas. I agree with our chair as he mentioned earlier that the issue of unconstitutional change of government, we have already dealt with it yesterday exhaustively. But what I was expecting today is that we will talk about the parliamentary diplomacy and advocacy. In this term, we would focus on a crucial role of of shaping the image of Africa, promoting the integration of the continent as the members of the parliament. and I was expecting that we will deal with this from the perspective of the parliamentarians, especially the image of Africa. We have to work at the international level and also at the continental level. How we can, for instance, even this time, we have many resolutions that are passed even by this parliament and the African Union, how we can advocate for this and advocate also for the rights, the human rights of the African people. The terms, even when the unconstitutional change of governments take place, there are many impacts, as we can see, that are happening on the people, happening on the total system, and we see people displacing. We see a lot of human rights abuses, political abuses happen on our people. So I was expecting that we will delve into these things and how we conduct mediations, resolving and transformation of conflicts that are rising in the continent, and for more of the integration of the continent. So I'm expecting you to also touch on these issues, not focusing only on the Francophone, almost one of the country or two countries. I was expecting that you will give us insights on all of these things concerning the continent. Thank you.
1.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Dear colleague Bako, before giving the floor back to you, I would wish to make a recapitulation of the questions and the comments that have been raised to our speakers in order to enable them to try to give an answer to them. Our colleague from Uganda, who was the first to take the floor, had wanted to know why there are so many coup d'etat in the Francophone region. What are the regions? The coup d'etat in Africa, mainly in the Francophone area. Secondly, what can we do to restore our constitutional order as soon as possible in those countries where coup d'etat have taken place? Those are the concerns raised by our colleague from Uganda. Our colleague from Djibouti delved on the origins of these coup d'etat. He was saying, what makes the soldiers to stage these coup d'etat? Can't our colleagues sense that already, so that parliamentarians may take actions proactively so that this coup d'etat may not take place? Our colleague from Namibia wanted to know what happens to the former parliamentarians after a coup d'etat. Do those former parliamentarians, are they well treated after the coup? We can't hear you anymore, Honorable Zingas. We've lost you. Awaiting the restoring of the connection, I would like to give the floor to Honorable Chair Zamari to receive some answers from him, after which I will give the floor to our colleague and brother from Cote d'Ivoire, because out of questions have been addressed to him, so he has had enough time to prepare. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the session. You have given some time to react. I'm not an expert, but I'm going to try to provide some answers to the questions asked by my colleagues. I'm also going to try to give some clarifications as regards the role of parliamentarians. When the colleague asks about the role of parliamentarians after those coup d'etat, and that series of coup d'etat which are experienced in French-speaking countries, I would say that we always look for ways so that the fragile countries or countries whose internal relations are not quite okay, we try to tell them to put preventive measures within their countries so that those conflicts which lead to coup d'etat can be eradicated. Because today, a coup d'etat cannot take place before there is any crisis within a given country. There is always some crisis first. We have got the Permanent Committee on Cooperation. we can organize missions to go to those countries and sensitize people as soon as we hear that there are problems that may lead to a coup d'etat. But normally we react after the coup d'etat has taken place, and then we begin just crisis management. So we should be vigilant, we parliamentarians, like other organizations, like human rights committees, like the Human Rights Commission. We should all be vigilant when we start hearing that there is some unease in a given country. So parliamentarians should approach the country in question, sensitize the people, and try to prevent or even resolve the conflict that may lead to a coup d'etat. Because when there is bad governance in a country, social networks, people all say we are badly governed here. They will make noise. And Parliament is there. Parliamentarians are hearing. So parliamentarians should come to the rescue of those people before a coup d'etat starts, before the coup d'etat takes place, to avoid that countries may end up in disaster.
You have said that many coup d'etat in the French-speaking countries. Well, though, it's a reality. It's a reality. But it's because, well, it's not because the countries are French-speaking. It is because in those countries there is a crisis of confidence. And I think that these crises of confidence, which are internal, lead the citizens and lead those who are in the forces, those who have power to decide, to leave to call upon other people, so that the problems are not resolved internally. And as long as our countries continue to resolve our problems, not with their own people, not with their citizens, but by turning to others who have other interests in the country, outsiders. And if they don't deal with people who have love for their own interest in their land, then people that have been left in ignorance. Because at times, when a country is independent, it should be able to manage its problems, because it needs their mineral resources have to be well managed, policies should be well managed. But if you allow yourself to be used, if you are used, then this will lead to frustration. And when people see that things are not all right, and that you are attached, the leadership is attached to a foreign power, for example, and that's when they say no. So we need to be responsible for our future, and this is what we need to tell the countries. They should play a responsible role in their country by speaking with one voice and consulting each other when there's a problem. And by so doing, we will avoid these situations that we have observed over the past few years. So there's a crisis of confidence, and this is it's not because countries are French speaking. It's a crisis. It's a crisis of confidence in the countries, not because countries are French speaking. There is an internal crisis that's related to the management of the country's resources. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable President. Now, we are going to give the floor to our brother, Honorable and colleague from Cote d'Ivoire, to answer the questions that were put to him. But also, he will share with us some recommendations on reconstructing the nation, rebuilding the nation. Thank you, Chairperson. There are many questions that were sent to me, but most of these questions contain the answer themselves in the question. So, which means that my excellent colleagues here at the Parliament who sent these questions have more answers than me to these questions. And this is what I'd like to say. So, well, the first question was on the causes of coup d'etat in the Francophone countries and what should we do to return to constitutional order? What should be the place played by parliamentary diplomacy? All these are very good questions. But as for the causes, as an official of the Francophone Parliament, I can't comment on the reasons for this coup d'etat. But they happen frequently. So we, parliamentarians of the Assembly of Francophone countries, what can we do to put an end to this crisis? I had said earlier on that these we should undertake actions in diplomacy, in cooperation. You may be you are aware that diplomacy is a means of negotiation, which at times has undercurrents, which you may not be able to see. And this is what the Francophone Parliament does with these states where there have been coup d'etats. And I'd like to assure you that there hasn't been a single regime that has come out of a coup d'etat where we have not made, with whom we don't have contact, to be able to call upon them, to appeal to them, to quickly return to a democratic process and put an end to crisis. So this is some of the actions we're undertaking, and this then leads us to the second question, because the second colleague asked us that do we really undertake steps to ensure constitutional changes of government? It's a good question, and I must say, as an MP, when all institutions are working well, you do not challenge or doubt anything that is working well. If you have a parliament in a given country and they meet, the parliament meets, they take decisions, we as the parliamentary assembly, we say the institutions are working, everything is in place. So it is only afterwards that we realize that maybe there is something that's not working well, and then we need to, then this means we should be more observant. And so this then also concerns all sub-regional organizations, regional organizations, and international organizations. What does it mean? That even if we are present and we follow what is happening, but the international organizations should be courageous enough to follow and indicate what needs to be done at the right moment, and that's when we realize, and when we see deviant activities, when we see actions that were against rules of the Republic, and on behalf of the sovereignty of states, and based on the principle of non-interference in matters of other states. Everyone keeps quiet. Nobody says anything. And one morning, you wake up and there is a sound of guns. This is why, in preparation, everyone is called upon. Our assembly, it's not only our parliamentary assembly which is called upon, but everyone. The ECOWAS parliament is called upon. The International Organization of Francophone Countries is called upon. The UN also is called upon, so that principle of sovereignty or of non-interference in the matters of internal matters of one state is made flexible. It should be more flexible, because quite often everyone hides behind that and nobody does anything. Then one day things go out of hand, and this is when we begin looking for solution. Yet we could have played the role much earlier by calling upon the president of the country to tell him, Mr. President, from the information are getting to us is this is the state of your nation as far as governance is concerned, as far as management of social matters is concerned, or in terms of financial matters, in terms of conflict resolution or reconciliation. So we tell them that this is what we have, and we tell the head of state, we propose to you that do A, B, C, D. This would not be interference in the matters of another state. It would be support to that state. So now, to me, these questions are essential, because if this is, well, I know that at times we can do all this and we don't see results, and this is why we see the coup d'etat we are seeing. And another question was asked by my colleague, and that is, we are members of parliament, and we keep in touch with former members of parliament, but then how can we be efficient working with parliamentarians who no longer have power, who are no longer in parliament? So the role that we play is to go to the various regimes to enable former colleagues who are no longer members of parliament to play a role, because we have transitional bodies that have been created, and it involves with appointed members of parliament. But that's how coup d'etats can come up. When the coup d'etat, when those who take out coup d'etats, once they take power, they dissolve all institutions, and if there are no institutions, we are not left with much to do, and you can only act in the shadows. But then, how can? So now, parliaments should try and use these channels in the shadow that could be used to bring about peace. So our assembly, that's the Francophone Parliament, has undertaken a lot of discrete actions, discrete and diplomatic, so as we don't appear to be interfering with the matters. So how then can we employ parliamentary diplomacy? Parliamentary diplomacy does not function differently from classic diplomacy. You know that in diplomacy, this is the art to look at each other and understand each other, the art of being discreet. So these are the actions we use too in our Francophone Parliamentary Assembly to resolve problems. Now, what happened in Gabon? It's difficult to explain what happened, because we are now looking for solutions to get out of the situation in Gabon, which is a situation which is very uncomfortable. So I wouldn't want to offer an explanation now. I prefer not to offer an explanation now. Let us limit to what I've said. Now, who are the heads? What should we do? When we do, should we systematically condemn coup d'etat? Well, that is the principle. But as it is said, whatever war you're going to fight, you end up by sitting down and talking. So as you are fighting, as you are hitting each other, you should create conditions for a solution to emerge. And now, our assembly, parliamentary assembly, we are not opposed to heads of state. We are not as opposed to states. We are a legislative body of a body that brings together heads of state in the Francophone family. So we cannot work as the OIF, the International Organization for Francophonie. So we are saying that as parliamentarians, as defenders of the people, we cannot remain silent when our people are threatened. We can talk about a coup d'etat, but in this coup d'etat, there are citizens involved. If we have no action to maintain contact with those who have taken power by force, I fear that then whatever we're doing might lead to nothing. We shouldn't remain rigid. We shouldn't remain rigid. We should see how we can bring people to sit down and talk. We can't go very far. And I don't think that would be a good way of looking at matters. And I close, Chair, by saying that parliamentary diplomacy, just like classic diplomacy, is not situations where you have a platform and then put into place a court to punish those who have undertaken the coup. We need to understand first the situation on the ground, and then we'll see how these people can be brought out of that difficult situation. So these are the answers I would like to offer to the various questions that were put to me, and I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We're going to continue, and we're going to take the last speaker from our brother and colleague from Kenya, who would like to take the floor with regard to questions that have been raised. So I think he has a comment to make. So, Honorable, you have the floor. My brother Douglas, I think he's from Kenya. Kenya and Comoros would almost have a border, even if there's an ocean in between. But so I give you the
0.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bako, and for this opportunity and chance. And indeed, honorable members across the three regions, I feel very honored to be part of this conversation. Perhaps we might need to pay attention more to data. Perhaps we might need to pay more attention to experts' advice, and perhaps we also need to pay more attention to listening to our people. And the question of how we can prevent UCGs goes back to listening to data, because for example, the Afrobarometer data has been a very good early warning to some of the issues that have been happening across these countries that have had issues of UCGs. So perhaps also as parliamentarians in the Pan-African Parliament, we must also ask ourselves, do we pay more allegiance to our parties, or do we pay allegiance to the people who elected us? Do we listen to them? When they are agitating for change, do we listen to them more, or do we listen to people who we play political parties allegiance to? And another question that the Pan-African Parliament members must ask themselves, how independent are you in making your own decisions? Because I think it's a paradox whereby the Pan-African Parliament prides itself to be independent in the African continent, but still depends on the European Union to fund their operations. Perhaps, and I would want to give a story from my village where I come from in central Kenya. So I had this neighbor, and because he had visited the local MP to get his dowry paid for, and because he was very vocal in the village, so anytime he attended the meeting for this parliamentarian, and he made a lot of noise, then the parliamentarian would always pull him on the side and say, remember, I paid your dowry. And for him to get his independence, he had to return the dowry that was paid to him, or was paid on behalf of him. That's where the Pan-African Parliament finds itself. That for you to be effective and to be structured to carry out your activities, then there must be order, there must be dependence. All the countries that are represented in this House must actually be dependent and must actually contribute to the operations of the Pan-African Parliament. So as I end, I would like to implore you, where do you get your advice as a member of Parliament from your people? And even at this part, listen to the people, listen to the data, listen to the experts, and you'll be looking very good as you do your operations. Thank you.
1.
Thank you, dear brother. We would like to thank sincerely our brother and the colleague and Member of Parliament, Chikwete from Cote d'Ivoire, regional delegate from APF. We have listened with interest to your presentation and the answers that you provided to the questions that were put to you. They were very good responses. We would like to hope that in the near future all these problems will be tackled and Africa will be able to speak with one voice. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now I give the floor to Honorable Samuel Kogolati, a chair of the Committee on Human Rights of Interparliamentary Union, to make his contribution. And after that, we will give the floor to the members here present, including in Burundi and Midrand, to react to what he would have said. So, Honorable, you have the floor. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair and dear colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon. I am honored to be able to attend from Brussels, the capital of my country, Belgium, to speak to the Honorable Assembly of the Pan-African Parliament. And on behalf of the Human Rights Committee and the parliamentarians that I chair, I thank you warmly for the opportunity that you've given me this morning to share with you. I also would like to welcome the initiative of the Pan-African Parliament to organizing this session so that we talk about the importance of advocacy and surveillance by parliamentarians within various bodies, and especially with regard to the protection of human rights. And you also easily understand that the mandate of the committee that I chair concentrates on the matter of the protection of human rights of our colleagues, the parliamentarians. So my presentation will dwell on this matter. For 2 years now, I've been chairing or being part of this member on the human rights of the Interparliamentary Union, and it is a lesson, a general lesson I've drawn, which applies to all the cases: intimidation, murder, torture, kidnapping in Venezuela, in Turkey, or Myanmar. Democracy can only be achieved if there is a free movement of ideas and information. And this applies to elected officials and all the others. They should be able to discuss any problem that concerns their citizens. So this is objective, the main objective of our duties in this human rights of the members of parliament. We want to defend the rights of parliamentarians, national parliamentarians. And this objective can only become can't become real without the support of our parliamentarian colleagues and members of parliament like yours, that is the Pan-African Parliament. So it is with the objective of defending the fundamental rights of parliamentarians that the Committee of Human Rights of Members of Parliament was created in 1976. Violation of human rights can take many forms: withdrawal of the right of a parliamentarian, arbitrary detention of a colleague, torture, assassination, lack of a fair trial, that's a threat to freedom of expression. We can achieve objectives in by three ways. We could ensure that certain violations stop. Number two, we can put an end to the violations which are ongoing. And thirdly, we can force national authorities to offer reparation measures which are useful. Now, this committee is a special mechanism internationally. We are the only committee at the international level that is charged with protecting human rights of members of parliament. We have 10 parliamentarians as members representing the four corners of the world. And we are elected at an individual as individuals for a period of 5 years. We meet 3 times a year, 2 times during general assemblies of the Interparliamentary Union, and also we meet also at Geneva at the headquarters of the organization. Concretely, we never give up on a battle. If once a complaint has been brought to us at the committee on violation of the rights of our colleagues, so we try to resolve these matters as efficiently as possible, all the matters brought to us. And I want to give you an example. In our committee, we have got a case that came from Chile, and it has never been resolved since 1953 under Pinochet on Salvador. So this is more than 50 years that we are following up on this case, and we have not abandoned it as long as there hasn't been a proper and satisfactory resolution of this case. So who can submit a complaint to this committee? Many persons. First of all, the concerned parliamentarian whose fundamental rights have been violated. But it could be on a colleague, or a political party, or it could even be a national organization or an international organization. So concretely, if you want to know if your parliament can submit a complaint for violation of liberties and rights of your colleagues in a given country under your mandate, yes, you can submit a complaint, and it's easy to do this. You can do this online on the internet site of this organization. It's available in 5 languages: English, French, and in other countries. And the process is flexible and easy. So once we receive this complaint, then as committee we take it up, we consider the complaint until a solution has been found. And what's most important for us is this concept of parliamentary solidarity. And you will understand that we don't have an international police at our service. We depend strongly on cooperation by national parliaments, which are members of the Parliamentary Union, but also international cooperation with other communities and other organizations at interparliamentary level. So it is through diplomatic channels that we can find solutions for our colleagues who are in prison or whose terms of office has been revoked illegally. And we have got several means that we at our disposal. And each assembly, because I say we meet 3 times a year, and during these meetings of the committee, we organize auditions with the national authorities and the victims, the complainant, but also with the NGOs and special rapporteur of the United Nations. And we engage a continuous dialogue with the Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, who is in Geneva, and other missions abroad. And also we ensure that our decisions are implemented. We carry field visits too, and I'm thinking about, and we also observe court cases against colleagues parliamentarians who have been detained. This is the case in Turkey. In my case, I went to Venezuela in 2021, and then a few months ago, to try to free a parliamentary colleague who has been in detention for 10 years and who has been sentenced to prison for life and also and capital punishment. So our decisions are adopted by the our leadership committee of the organization. So our committee at present has 700 cases, and I tell you transparently that this is really enormous, something that has never been seen, hasn't been seen before. And I cannot here give you in a few minutes an idea which is exhaustive of all the cases that have come to us. But I want to mention, just as an example, a case that really touched me, and this is what led me to travel on mission with my colleague Mir Shahid, a senator from Pakistan, and the secretary of the Committee on Human Rights of the parliamentary group. We traveled to Iraq on Ahmed Rahman. He was arrested 10 years ago at his home when there was a civil war ongoing in Iraq. He came from the Sunni minority, and he was following peaceful demonstration of his minority against abuses by the Shiite prime minister at the time. And his actions did not please the powers that be. So he was attacked by the armed troops, and his brother was killed, and his guard was killed, and also the 2 other people were killed in the attack.
And they are violating his humanitarian immunity. So he was tortured and he lost an eye. Even if the UN calls this arbitrary detention, nothing so far has been done. And this is politically sensitive because this depends mainly on the division between Shiites and Sunnis. With my Pakistani colleague, we went to the field to meet all the authorities of the country, including the president of the Iraqi Republic, to try to find a solution to that case. That is all to say that we stayed 3 days, very intense days in Iraq, and I think that was the moment the most touching. We visited another colleague, Mr. Al-Awani, who was in prison with his son, who was just 8 years when he was arrested, and who is today 18 years old. All that to show that it's clear that in this type of cases we can be really useful, because when those people are forgotten and neglected by international community, our committee should remind us of the work, the homework of respecting parliamentarians. Definitely. That's why I'm really touched, and we count on you, and we also count on the support of the Pan-African Parliament through the different structures it has and through the different means they have at their disposal to find satisfying solutions to help in respect of human rights. We're also sometimes called upon about cases in Africa. To give you some examples of a country which is first of all of concern to us, we have the situation of Burundi, of Cote d'Ivoire, of the Democratic Republic of Congo, of Eritrea, of Eswatini, of Gabon, of Kenya, of Mauritania, of Niger, of Rwanda, of Senegal, of South Sudan, of Somalia, of Tanzania, of Uganda, and of Zimbabwe. So you can see that you can help us in these different cases about which we have been called upon, because that is the principle of solidarity, of parliamentary solidarity, which motivates us. we want to develop interinstitutional solidarity so that together we can be stronger in the defense of the rights of our parliamentarian colleagues. There are 3 ways of helping us in concrete terms. First of all, we adopt decisions of the Parliamentarian Human Rights Committee, which sits at least 6 months, every 6 months, so you can help us to disseminate those decisions, and you can concretely act, for example, by asking for a parliamentary debate within your assembly, by adopting a resolution for the freeing of a parliamentary colleague. But you can also put pressure on the ambassador of any diplomatic mission in a country in question, and in your turn, you can also inform your colleagues of the existence of our committee and the possibility of lodging complaints to our committee about abused rights of a parliamentarian or parliamentarians, so that we may try to take actions. And then you'll be informing us about the actions you're undertaking yourselves. So, dear colleagues, I would like to conclude by reminding you that we should be alive in democracy so that we may foster the rule of law. And sometimes we hold shocking debate, but our aim is to bring about democracy. Whatever you are, whether in the right, left, or in opposition, always our voices should be heard, even the voice of those in the opposition, because we cannot, in the committee, that 80% of the cases we get, it's always abuse against members of the opposition. The committee is convinced that the different policies or problems cannot be resolved through dialogue without resorting to penal law, to the penal code. We should accommodate divergent opinions. Our committee is always committed to protect the rights of all parliamentarians in the world, and I believe the Pan-African Parliament will also help us in this. I thank very much. As the chair has said, I am available to answer any questions from your honorable assembly. Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, Chair Oglati, Chair of the Human Rights Committee of the Parliamentary Union. You have given us a status of the workshops you have held on abuse of human rights. You have also indicated us, you have talked to us about the procedure you follow in case there is violation of human rights. You have also given us the status of your partners who are parliamentarians in your country, and together we must be vigilant and work in close collaboration with your committee to be able to try to prevent that type of violations against our parliamentarians, and so that their rights and liberty are not abused. I would like now to give the floor to Honorable Sophia, Madame Sophia, from the Parliament of Djibouti and member of the Pan-African Parliament. She is in the section here in Bujumbura. She would like to take the floor to react to the presentations you've made. Honorable, you've got the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I would first of all wish to say good morning or good afternoon to everybody. Elle parle un peu loin. She's speaking a bit far from the microphone. She's speaking a bit far from the microphone. I can't pick her very well. Please. I would like to thank you. I would wish to thank Honorable Samuel for your presentation, which has given us out of information on, and which has given us clarifications on the process to follow in case there are violations of human rights as regards parliamentarians. And I'm very happy and for whatever you have presented. One concern I have, I know very well that in all countries, maybe I'm wrong, that in all countries parliamentarians are protected by parliamentary immunity. In my country at least, a parliamentarian can in no way be attacked, aggressed, yet he has that or she has that immunity. When a parliamentarian commits a crime or anything against the law, first of all, that person should be should be deprived of their parliamentary immunity and then taken to the disciplinary committee of parliament, and from there complaints can be made to court. It can be taken to court. My question is, can you have some explanations about the cases you have so far had in which you have intervened about violations countries that you have cited? How do things happen? Because I'm a bit intrigued, I'm a bit shocked to see that there are some parliamentarians who are attacked and aggressed, yet they're protected by their parliamentarian immunity. I would like to understand how you go about that situation so that I may better understand. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Are there any other members here who would like to take the floor? Honorable Salah. Honorable Salah would like to take the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Thank you, the presenter. Talking about this very interesting, and from what I've seen in the violations of rights, but what are the solutions? We want the solutions. I'm talking about Libyan parliamentarian Inda Frente, who was arrested and up to now is still in the prison for the last 4 months. I wanted to give another example. I want to give an example that I'm a member of the human rights. We were in a meeting in Midrand in the Committee of Human Rights. We had a parliamentarian, and he said that he has colleagues in his country that now the incarcerated. He turned to the Human Rights Committee of the Pan-African Parliament, but unfortunately there is no solutions. Does it make it that until the next meeting and a member of this member that a problem like that comes into this parliament and then it is not solved until the next sitting? Such a situation requires serious action, people moving and even visiting the countries where such situations are there. So we need to make sure that our voices are heard so that we can solve such problems whenever they occur. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. I would now wish to ask our colleagues in Midrand. Yes, we can hear you. We have not followed the intervention of the colleague who has just spoken. Honorable Salah, he's saying that cases of violence were noted in certain countries and was evoked in Midrand by one of our colleagues. Despite those acts, impunity persists and no sanctions are put in place. Shall we continue always to experience that type of violence, and what shall we do in order to sanction the violations that are committed? That was the main idea of his question. Now I would like to give the floor to our colleagues in Midrand, whose chair is Honorable Zingas. But before giving the floor, I wish to give the floor to Honorable Samuel so that he may give us some answers to the questions that have been asked, after which we shall give the floor to Honorable Zingers for any reactions or contributions. Samuel, you take the floor. Thank you very much for the questions I've asked and for the reactions, which are quite rich, which also attest your commitment to respect the rights of parliamentarians. And I've said in my contribution, we depend mainly on that solidarity, parliamentary solidarity, that interparliamentary cooperation. So, working together with all our colleagues in the whole world, without that, we cannot resolve cases of parliamentarians that are in danger, who come to our committee. Regarding parliamentary immunity, that's a point which I think should be clarified immediately. Definitely, we are facing different systems, or working with different systems, constitutional systems in each country, whether it is a common law country or a country with a civil tradition. We have different systems of immunity, and it's clear that our committee all the time must respect the constitutional order, internal order of each country. So we always face jurisdictional situations which are different depending on the country. It's also clear that when it's clearly established that a parliamentarian has committed a crime or any big violation of the law, immunity will be removed from that person. Our committee cannot defend at all costs that type of person who has committed that crime. Our role is to defend fundamental rights and liberties, respect of procedures, and respect of international agreements of promotion and defense of human rights for parliamentarians who are in danger. So we're asking, how concretely can we put an end to violations? The colleagues who took the floor, in fact, I've noted that some of our colleagues are put in prison without any respect of procedure shown, without the list of valid reasons. And after this presentation, we shall consult our Interparliamentary Union, ITU.org, to consult the interactive map which shows that in each country of the world there are cases that are present to our committee. You note that in certain countries there are sometimes more than 200 cases of violations of parliamentarians' rights, and that's alarming. But how can we concretely act? I must admit here that we do not have the means, the legal means, to impose real sanctions, financial sanctions, for example, against any country. But we can act through other ways, two ways. First of all, we take decisions before the Administrative Council of the Interparliamentary Union. The Interparliamentary Union represents 180 countries in the whole world, 180 parliaments from the four corners of the world. We must know that during every assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, which represents those 180 countries of the whole world, decisions are taken, and we denounce clearly, with transparency and publicly, the violations committed against the rights of parliamentarians. The countries which are concerned always try to avoid that type of decisions for the sake of their reputations, and that's the first action we undertake. So we try to put pressure on those countries, we as a committee, to save certain parliamentarian colleagues. Another way of acting is through missions. The missions give us the opportunity not only to meet our parliamentary colleagues who are many times denied rights in their countries and who don't have the right to interface with us, but we visit victims even in prison, and we can sometimes even meet their lawyers, their families, political parties they belong to, and we can also try through dialogue, efficient and intense dialogue, to try to resolve the case through different contacts with authorities of the country, whether they are political, executive, parliamentarian, or even judicial officers, like was the case in our mission, during our mission in Iraq. Once again, you can see, Mr. Chair and dear colleagues, that we depend mainly and a lot on the cooperation, interparliamentarian cooperation, to be able to satisfactorily resolve cases that are presented before our committee. It's difficult. I can't hide that. It's very difficult. Some cases take years and years before being resolved, or even decades. So I can tell with some satisfaction that thanks to our committee, certainly colleagues have been freed from prison. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the theme is so rich in many centers of interest. I've noted that some violations, because in some countries, judicial officials saw that we are pronouncing justice fairly. But if a country has got a certain penal code but doesn't allow lawyers to come to court when a parliamentarian has been taken to court, so the lawyers don't have the right to come to police when the parliamentarian has been arrested, first of all, and then even at court, the lawyers cannot come to assist the person taken to court. So it's always the prosecutor who will pronounce the case in the absence of the lawyers. When the judge is called upon, the lawyer is not allowed to say anything. The prosecutor is the only person who is the master of the procedure and the proceedings. How can we talk about rights of defense of rights, yet we have got the opportunity to change those mechanisms, of change those procedures, so that the people, the suspects, can be judged as they should for the sake of fairness. When they see that there is no lawyer, the proceedings should not go on, because the lawyers are not present, because the lawyers are there to help the suspect to create a certain balance. I think this is a big challenge. We parliamentarians should look at that case, such cases, so that that type of procedures may be eliminated, to be able to defend the suspects, parliamentarian suspects, as we should. Now I would like to give the floor to our colleagues who are in mid-round. Honorable Zingas, you have the floor. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, Honorable Paco, for giving me the floor. Before giving the floor to my colleagues who are asking for it here at mid-round, I would first of all wish to congratulate the presenter for the presentation he has made. That is our colleague Samuel Kongorati, chair of the Committee of Human Rights. After that presentation, we have learned a lot of things. There is a lot of information that we didn't have before. So the colleague has shared that information with us, and that has been so informative. I've got a concern to express as regards the former parliamentarians, because sometimes we are not followed, we are not accused when we are still in office, and when our term of office comes to its end, that's when we are accused of this or that because of our positions we had before. We are taken to prison, we are taken to court. Are there any possibilities for the Human Rights Committee to protect or to defend former parliamentarians. That is the concern I've had to share with other colleagues and precisely our colleague Samuel Ekogorati. Now, the list of people who want to contribute is going to be opened here in Midland. I'm going to start with my colleague from Kenya who has asked for the floor. Colleague, you have the floor. Sorry, the colleagues from Uganda, not from Kenya. I'm sorry.
Zero.
Concerns about human rights and violence against minority. As you are aware, democracy is about numbers, is about majority. But there is always what we say tyranny of the majority. And it's happening in many countries in Africa. For example, when a party wins, a party in majority takes everything. They form government, they appoint judges in different level of courts, and application of law is always selective. The majority, the leaders in the party, the ruling government, have their own law. Opposition are treated differently. So how are we going to balance the rule democracy in form of respecting the rights, the human rights of the minority? How can we protect their rights? That is my question number one. Secondly, you are aware about the non-derogable rights, rights that cannot be subjected to any control. And most of our countries in Africa have signed international protocols, treaties about this, but there is none observance of that. You find that the minority, opposition, whether in parliament or outside parliament, or even supporters, are intimidated, are arrested, are put in prison without trial, detention without trial. And therefore we need to form an organization, as you said, that protects the rights of the minority in all corners of the world. Because when you talk about Pan-African Parliament, we have been denied resources deliberately so that we don't perform. Whatever is happening in other countries, we are denied resources. We cannot move from our countries. We cannot do on-site inspection. We cannot visit. Because those who control resources are the leaders, and they want to incapacitate Pan-African Parliament, which is a continental parliament that should be standing and supporting the rights, human rights of our people, but we have been denied resources. Now they say we should not deal with other countries like European Union. If you starve your child to the point of death, why shouldn't the neighbor give your child food? Should they allow the child to die just because the neighbor, you don't want the neighbor to support? That's why I don't align myself to those who think that we should not get support from other countries, other partners. Because African Union, the leaders that should support Pan-African Parliament deny us resources. So Pan-African Parliament should be given opportunity to source for partners so that we are independent financially and politically and psychologically. So we think that for Pan-African Parliament, in terms of human rights, we need to play our role, but we need resources to play our roles. I want to thank you for your presentation, and my suggestion that we need a big body, whether continental or regional, that should work fully resourced and work to protect the rights of the minority and the rights of the people.
1.
Thank you very much, our colleague from Uganda. Now the floor comes to our colleague from Namibia.
0.
Yeah, thank you. I have also to thank for your presentation. I just want to know as to whether your mandate as the IPU Human Rights Committee go beyond protecting individual parliamentarian to go to a group of parliamentarians, for example, our brothers and sisters parliamentarian in Palestine. Do you go through that? Do you, during your term, did you examine cases of how the brothers and sisters are suffering in Palestine? Thank you.
One.
Thank you very much. Dear colleague Bako, I think here in Midrand, the concerns have been expressed. We would wish to return the floor to you so that our colleague, the chair of the Human Rights Committee, can take the floor to respond to the concerns that have been raised. Thank you, dear Honorable Chair. I congratulate you on your courage, especially your way of respecting rules of procedure and protocol. Thank you for having turned the floor to me. That's why now I want to deliver the floor back to our colleague Manuel. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, thank you to different colleagues, whether from Kenya, Namibia, or Uganda, for their interventions and their sincere commitment in favor of human rights, respect of human rights of parliamentarians, or even fundamental rights of minorities, women, whatever origin, convictions, religion, or any country in question. We must make sure those universal rights are respected, whatever parliament it may be. First of all, as regards the excellent question on the norms of admission of cases, our colleague noted rightly so, that often the authorities in a country have got a tendency to persecute our parliamentary colleagues when their mandate is over, their term of office is over in parliament. Then they lose their immunity formally, and it is easier for the authorities of a given country to threaten or put those people's rights or liberties and life in danger.
I'd like to say that in regard to those practices by the authorities of several countries, our rule with regard to admissibility and the parliamentary union, not only to accept complaints from the current members of parliament, but even former members of parliament. And I'd like to say that the committee has considered complaints regarding former members of parliament when alleged arbitrary measures went against the facts when they were members of parliament. So that's the condition for admissibility of complaints. It should have a relationship with a political term of office and parliamentary term of office. The two are linked somewhere when one undertakes that office of a parliamentarian. Even if you are no longer a member of parliament, even for a period of 5 years, you can submit your complaint, and if it can be proven, then it will be accepted. It will be accepted by our committee to answer the question raised by our colleague. As on the question raised by our colleague from Kenya, these are mainly observations, and I can only agree with what has been said. We see and we note in our statistics complaints an increase in cases of people coming from minority groups, even gender minorities. We see cases of attacks against female parliamentarians are very many, and we are committed to ensure that women's rights, parliamentary women's rights, are observed, and rights of minorities too are protected. I also would like to say that there is an ad hoc committee to ensure that the fundamental rights are abided by, be it in your various national assemblies or within the Pan-African Parliament. And I know that you have a body in this regard that has been created. And also, on a question raised by Namibia, these complaints, can they be submitted on behalf of a group of parliamentarians? Yes, and it's the case in many countries. I'm thinking about Venezuela here. In Venezuela, the majority, a great majority of the parliament elected in 2015, they submitted a complaint in our committee. So we have got a high number of complaints that have come from political groups. And this also applies to Palestine, where we have, if I'm not mistaken, 25 complaints from parliamentarians who are threatened by danger and who have been imprisoned. And Turkey, the party that represents the Kurd minority, has submitted a complaint to our committee. So these complaints relate to cases which are more than just a singular case, one single case, but which are repeated. And there are many parliamentarians from the same group that have, or same political party that have been affected. So these are the responses I had to make, and I remain at your disposal even after this session today. Let us remain in touch. I will remain in touch with you, and all the information to submit a complaint are available on the internet, on the Interparliamentary Union, and we are delighted to see or to continue this dialogue with your prestigious assembly. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Committee on Human Rights of the Parliamentary Union. Your presentation was rich in events and lessons. We have understood the kind of problems that parliamentarians face around the world. And our desire would be to continue on this path so that we can put an end to this suffering which negatively affects the future of our national parliaments, but also the interparliamentary groups. Now, the reactions by the members here have been very fruitful, because they have enabled us to go deeper into this subject, and this shows how committed members of parliament are committed. And we'd like to continue working with you, especially with regard to modifying certain measures when it comes to acceptability. And we would like to try and see to what extent we could harmonize at the international level so that we ensure that there is respect for the rights of parliamentarians, right to be defended. A parliamentarian could be arrested just like a common thief, and they can be insulted, and yet there is a procedure. There is a procedure in this regard which may have been initiated, but rules are not abided by, and this is why the rights of the parliamentarians are trampled upon, just like citizens who may fall victim. So working together, we shall take up this challenge. So my dear colleagues in Midrand, friends who are colleagues who are in Midrand, and our friend Samuel, we thank all of you. We're going to break for 1 hour, and we shall resume at 1:30 p.m. So let us meet again after 1 hour. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, just as you have just heard, the session has been adjourned. It is 12:38, but as for us here in Midrand, we are going to resume at 14 hours 30, 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. is when we resume here in this room. So that's the announcement I wanted to make, dear colleagues. Thank you. We thank our colleague who distributed the biscuits to us, the chocolates rather, so who shared chocolates with us. We thank that colleague, our colleague from Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that's it. Chair, we have received the message. So we take a break now. The session is adjourned.
1.
Good afternoon. We are going to start our work and we'll continue with the presenters. And the theme, as you know, that's the theme for this afternoon is parliamentary diplomacy. So we are going to listen to various concepts and approaches with regard to parliamentary diplomacy, and because we need it in Parliament in order to put into place clear awareness creation activities, obtain a status of observer within various bodies. So we are going to listen to a presentation by Mr. Alphonse, a former Member of Parliament of the Inter-Union Parliamentary and former Secretary General of the General Assembly of Burkina Faso. Mr. So you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson, and I thank you for inviting me to take part in your session. I've been requested to talk about parliamentary diplomacy. In our state, we know very well that diplomacy and international relationships is a field reserved for the executive. It is the head of state who sets the guidelines on this matter and who leads negotiations or signs treaties and international conventions and other agreements. As the head of state who appoints ambassadors and to international bodies and other organizations, and this, at the same time, the foreign powers or the representatives of foreign powers and special experts are credited to the head of state. So, however, when we look at the legislative field, we note that the parliament comes in to play a role in the conduct of these international relationships. through approval or ratification of agreements before they can then be part of national legislation. So, at a given time, the parliament started talking about parliamentary diplomacy. And I must admit that it surprised. It had surprised the executive because, as I have said, the monopoly of conducting international relationships lies with the executive powers. So when the parliamentarians started talking about parliamentary diplomacy, there was a lot of misunderstanding. But then we had to explain. We said that we are not going to undertake international policy to competing with what the executive is doing, but that we want to undertake activities that would supplement diplomatic activity undertaken by the executive. But I think more and more the concept of the parliamentary diplomacy has become accepted by the executive. So, how can parliaments undertake parliamentary diplomacy? The parliament have prepared a number of tools. We have talked about a parliamentary network. There's a friendship amongst departments, parliamentary exchange programs, and taking part in meetings in international organizations by parliaments, and taking part and sending representatives to regional parliaments like yours, the Pan-African Parliament. In these international bodies, those networks, interparliamentary networks, the regional parliaments, as you may have noticed, there are certain issues which relate to diplomacy which are discussed. For example, there are certain documents which are prepared by the United Nations on subjects that are related to international security, for example. So parliaments can make a contribution in these bodies, and this helps to improve the manner in which diplomacy is undertaken by the executive, and also it helps to improve the laws that are adopted to improve the living conditions of the people represented by the parliament, people represented by those parliaments. If we take the issue of international conflict, for example, hunger, issue of matters relating to women, and participation by women to a number of processes, issues of child protection, all these matters are discussed by international bodies, just like inter-parliamentary organizations or regional parliaments. So to sum up, the parliamentary diplomacy is a complement, is an addition to the foreign policy undertaken by the executive powers. But there is no competition because the parliaments recognize the monopoly enjoyed by the executive in these fields. The only thing is that parliamentary action comes in to supplement diplomatic action at the level of the executive. So briefly, this is what I wanted to share with you, and now we am ready to answer your questions if there are any for me to clarify. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have listened carefully to your presentation. You have been brief and clear and efficient in the way you presented. We have understood what you wanted to share with us, And we're going to continue with our sister, Madame Awa. And after that, we will give the floor to you, the participants, for your questions, contributions, and comments. Thank you very much. Madam, you have the floor to make your presentation. Madame Awa, as you know her, she's the head of the plenary, Azara International, and she's in charge. She deals with the interparliamentary relationships of the Pan-African Parliament. She's there in front of us to share with us her views. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair of this session. Honorable members, good afternoon. Before I can make my presentation, I'd like to ensure that we clarify carefully. I would like the technical team to tell me, can I now launch my presentation from my computer? Can I do that? Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob. I was requested to prepare a presentation on parliamentary diplomacy and advocacy with regard to the technical part of all this. So this presentation aims to discuss what parliamentary diplomacy is and also advocacy. How can these two roles be put together, and also try to provide some ideas on mechanisms and tools that can be used. So this presentation will be supplementing what Honorable Mambre has just presented. As he pointed out, diplomacy traditionally falls within the ambit of the executive. But diplomacy has grown, and parliamentary diplomacy includes involving legislators to deal with certain international matters. And on the other hand, parliamentary advocacy requires promoting or defending causes and issues that are specific to all parliaments. And these two mechanisms help in influencing national legislation. So in this presentation, we shall talk about the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and advocacy and within the parliamentary. We'll make some recommendations to highlight the role that Pan-African Parliament can play. So in that regard, I want now to launch my presentation. I've already said what parliamentary diplomacy is, and the Honorable Speaker, Nombre, has already dealt with this. It's mainly reserved to the state, but there's need for advocacy within the Parliament. But today, it's also these activities exercised elsewhere, where parliamentary organizations have been set up. Why has this concept? Why is this concept important for the legislative process? It's crucial in strengthening international relationships because it has an inclusive approach which is transparent and a bit informal, but all the same, it has influence at the national and international level. And it also enriches, sometimes it's enriched by information missions, travel by parliamentarians on a specific case, and this can also influence legislative processes and also promotes the debates in plenary session. And because it brings out a different perspective that helps in finding balanced solutions on key issues. Now, parliamentary diplomacy is an activity which is flexible and also which is done amongst people when they meet. So it's flexible and direct in dealing with international matters. It enables parliamentarians to interact with their foreign counterparts, and it's less formal than traditional diplomacy. And also, therefore, it enables constructive and open dialogue. It also helps in creating awareness on international issues that's at stake and transnational issues. So this parliamentary diplomacy creates awareness among legislators on issues which are at stake, that is beyond their national borders, and they also tackle issues of foreign policy. And this morning we discussed issues of democracy, human rights. So, and this is that's a tool, therefore, that's used to influence international relations, and it enables to have a different vision on issues relating to democracy and also taking decisions at the international level. So we said it is used. Because of its nature. It helps in arriving at agreements. And also, it enables a discussion through communication, intercultural exchanges between parliamentarians, but also with the people that are being served. Now, institutional framework for this form of diplomacy have got two dimensions, and the first one is a formal setup when a parliament meets to consider or adopt international treaties that have been submitted to them. And another setting is through international institutions. Now, within the informal setup is not it does not follow written documents because it hasn't been fully codified. But cooperation among parliaments is also undertaken by observers, and say within like in the International Parliamentary Union, for example, we have the Commonwealth Parliament. These help us to play a big role on issues of peace, democratic values, and other activities. So this morning, we were told about the role that parliamentary diplomats can play. It's exercised through parliamentary framework and democratic initiative. That is, we can have friends groups, intergovernment organizations, or through bilateral or multilateral organizations, and cooperation between national parliaments and other parliaments. We can also have, we could set up solidarity groups. We have got 46,000 parliamentarians in the world. So we have a lot of work to do if we want to take advantage of these mechanisms. We can set up new networks and also getting or awarding a status of observer at the parliamentary level and in other types of cooperation. There are some parliamentary institutions like our Pan-African Parliament, the Parliamentary Union, Commonwealth Parliamentary Associations. All these are examples of these parliaments that exist across the world. But you will see all this in my presentation when it is circulated. But where I wanted to draw your attention is that certain organs, the African Union and its organs, are stakeholders in the work that we are doing. So we have listed them. They are not parliamentary institutions, but they can obtain the title of observers in the Pan-African Parliament, for example, and there are other UN organizations who exceptionally can be given that status of observer. And the limits we have highlighted are not many. We have lack of follow-up and assessment mechanisms with regard, because some of these actions are undertaken are informal and are not well documented. So this is one of the weaknesses which we need to point out. Then we are limited as far as capacity is concerned, and in commitment by limited commitment for our members due to various reasons. And the financing is a major issue for these activities. These activities can be very expensive because they involve expenses, travel expenses, and so on. We could also say, because it's not in all the cases, but there is a lack of clear policies followed when we come to parliamentary diplomacy, and it changes depending upon the issues that arise and which need to be handled. So we need to hammer with a clear policy to move forward. And this morning we received information according to which that this is a form of diplomacy which is additional and at times is not visible. Now, parliamentary advocacy involves the promotion of certain policies, causes, interests by members of parliament or specific interest groups. And these advocacy activities to promote policies, there's need for creation of coalitions, and we need us to get involved in legislative processes. This enables to provide support to defend issues and undertake lobbies relating to legislation to resolve social or political issues. It also enables parliamentarians to prepare laws defending positions that meet the needs of their voters.
On the other side, this encourages forming coalitions within the parliament to attain common objectives and involve the public in the legislative process. You can see that advocacy remains one of the major tools that can be used in diplomacy, parliamentary diplomacy. So we recommend strongly it to African parliamentarians. We've set some recommendations for Pan-African Parliament. The first one will be to establish coalitions or working groups or associations and alliances with parliaments outside Uganda. We should also think about creating friendly groups outside interparliamentary organs or friendly associations with or alliances with the friendly countries. We should also have access to political aspects which the African Union has put in place, and here we should put in place mechanisms which will enable us to do whatever we want to do. Secondly, we should clearly define a monitoring and evaluation system in order to evaluate the impact of PAP as regards parliamentary diplomacy. We are trying to resolve the question of visibility of the Pan-African Parliament in its actions and activities. So, undertake advocacy, information missions, and other tools that we have at our disposal to be able to assess the impact of the Pan-African Parliament, first of all, as regards the African Union and on specific issues. We also recommend to develop policies and standards and norms to guide the parliamentary diplomacy. For example, as regards issues of conflict, peace, security, during elections, also human rights, as we said this morning, on issues of women, economic issues. We can also start to think about doing what we call open parliament. Is also a mechanism which could strengthen visibility of the PAP and inform the public on our actions and activities. We should also put in place a mechanism to be able to develop a more participative approach within the PAP. As you know, we should have public auditions. These are mechanisms we have not quite used up to today, but we can start to think about them. There's also the issue of climate, which remains on the agenda of all our states. It's an issue which would be important for PAP to be able to define a strategy in the field of diplomacy. There's also artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. All these issues can be taken up as mechanisms that can help us solve our problems. We should try also to mobilize enough funding. It's important here to note that we're in a very important phase of the Pan-African Parliament, given that our strategic plan is ending this year. So we are now drafting a new strategic plan for 2024-2028. All these new objectives can be included in the objectives that will be followed during the period 2024-2028. As regards recommendations, recommend the possibility of having cooperation agreements with the interparliamentary organizations, and which will help us to be able to build capacity jointly. We should also use the fora we have already in place. The Conference of Speakers of Parliament, every year we have what we call the Speakers Conference. We invite speakers of African chambers or assemblies, national assemblies and senates. They meet once every year in the Pan-African Parliament to be able to discuss these issues, so that activity is part of the tools that the Pan-African Parliament has and that we can use in order to disseminate certain messages. Also recommend certain actions in Africa. We also have what we call the regional conferences on certain themes, which is one of the tools we can use. During the debates and deliberations, we made other recommendations. For example, disseminating information within the public of our countries. When a member is part of the African Union, cannot be part of the Pan-African Parliament, that doesn't allow us to have visibility on the situation. So nothing can stop us from having an information mission towards that type of country. When a country is not a member of the African Union, it stops being represented in the PAP. I believe that PAP has enough capacity. We as parliamentarians, we can use these countries we have as members as ambassadors. So these are the recommendations that I've been able to propose for the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are going to give the floor to Madame Bridget, who is already online, and after that we shall give the floor to the members seated. Madame Bridget, we are calling upon you to make your presentation. Thank you. Madame Bridget, can you hear us? Maybe there's a problem of connection problem. There's a problem of communication. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, if you can now hear me. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm in Vienna now, in Austria. I'm very happy to be able to speak to you by video conference. And if you accept, I'd wish to make my contribution in English. Please allow me to make my contribution in English.
Zero.
Excellent initiative and to the excellent seminar you are holding. My colleague at headquarters and we have listened in, and we really can subscribe everything that has been said up to now. I am the representative of the IPU to the United Nations in Vienna. You know, the IPU, and we had the pleasure to welcome many of you right now in Luanda, in Angola, at our General Assembly. And the IPU has a long-standing relation with the United Nations. The IPU is, so to say, the parliamentarians' United Nations, with all parliaments, or nearly all parliaments, inside. So we cooperate and work together with the United Nations on specific topics. And these topics you can follow and work on all in our General Assembly as well, in our standing committees on peace and security, and in our standing committees on the United Nations affairs, on the SDGs. We very often invite representatives from the United Nations to give their expertise and to have a dialogue with you, with the MPs. And I wish to come back to something that I liked a lot, what one of the distinguished speakers said before, Alphonse Nombre. He said normally it is the monopoly of the executive to deal with diplomacy and foreign affairs. And I can tell you that also in Austria, in my country, when I started to work in international affairs, the executive didn't like the parliamentarians also to make international connections and to work internationally. But this has very much changed. And it has changed because also the executive sees that it is complementary, as was mentioned a long time and often in your meeting. And we are also here to support you in these complementary efforts. Now, I give you an example, a very concrete example, how we work together. The IPU parliamentarians and the United Nations on one topic that you may know very well from your constituencies on cybercrime. A lot of you have voters that are picked by hacks when they with their phone, and they just give their bank accounts or they are stolen. So the UN decided to to start negotiations on a convention on cybercrime, so that our prosecutors can also follow the thieves that sit in other countries, because this is something that's taking place not in your country, not in my country, but you know, the criminals, they sit wherever it's easy to sit for them, and then our poor judges and our poor police say, this is the border, we stop, we can't go after them. So here in Vienna at the United Nations, the negotiations started on the Convention on Cybercrime. And in the IPU, in the Peace and Security Committee, the delegates decided that they want to make a resolution on cybercrime and cyber attacks. And they want to talk about it and bring their input also, what you, the parliamentarians, need from this convention. They want to bring it also to the United Nations. So in last year in the General Assembly, the Peace and Security Committee has negotiated a text. What parliamentarians think about cybercrime, what they want that we all do together, what they could do back home, but also what they want the United Nations to do. And it was my job, and it is my job as the representative of the IPU Secretariat in Vienna, then to send this resolution on, to organize statements by your representatives, by the two facilitators of that IPU resolution, who were in the negotiations, who brought in the opinions of the parliaments, and who told the government negotiators that they should also listen to parliaments. And we also organized a large webinar on this topic to allow for everybody to come in and give their opinions, and to allow then in the negotiations to have this, as was said, as a complement to the government's position. Because MPs, you are close to the people. You have to tell your voters something. You have to tell your neighbor when they come and say, I'm stolen, I have lost everything by criminals on the cyberspace. What do you, a politician, do to help me? So this is a very concrete example that we can say, well, I help you, that we get a global agreement that the police can enforce in every country and can go for that. Now, in February next year, there is the last round of negotiations, and then we will also within the IPU come back to you and inform you what then is brought to a ratification to your government as well, because the parliaments ratify, you are the ones in the driving seat. So this is just one concrete example how we work hand in hand to enable you also to do your role of parliamentary diplomacy, and to do it concretely with very concrete results, because you need to give something to your constituencies. And the United Nations works much better when they also listen to parliaments, because there were some treaties that failed because only government experts negotiated. And the government experts had no idea what the public on the ground, the people, really politically thought about that. And then there were long negotiations, and then an agreement was never ratified because the people didn't want it. And one of these agreements was on migration. And this is how the UN also realized that, or some parts of the United Nations realized that we better listen to parliamentary diplomacy. It is good for us to listen to parliamentarians because they will warn us. They will tell us this isn't liked by our people and by our voters. So you do have a real impact when we find good partners on the UN side who are listening in. The second point, what I wanted to tell you about the interaction between parliamentarians and the United Nations is that the United Nations normally has a UN residence office, a residence coordinator in many countries. And often they only cooperate with the government. But you could have your staff look, if you have in your capital a UN coordinator, and then ask them to visit you, because you are representing the parliament, you are a member of the parliament, and you want to know what they do in your capital and what these and how the projects are doing. So you might also use that way to complement and to give your input. And as a last way of interacting in a very concrete way, I would draw your attention to the regular meetings the IPU is holding at the United Nations in New York, where we have an office since 10 years. And there we do have an annual parliamentary hearing that allows MPs from all over the world to come for 2 days to the UN headquarters to debate and discuss and listen to what the United Nations experts say, and also to bring in your expertise. The IPU office in New York is preparing that event. It is always posted on the IPU website, so I can just invite you to look at our website. It is called Parliamentary Hearing at the United Nations. And then, if you wish to participate, you have to contact your embassy to organize the ground pass for the United Nations and to organize a hotel and all the organization. But we would love to have you there, and also my colleagues in New York would love very much to prepare interventions or anything. Oh, wonderful. Here you go. Thank you so much. To prepare for your intervention and to prepare what you can profit. Because while you are there, we advise you to have a meeting with your ambassador and to have your embassy brief you as a member of parliament. What are they doing? What are their priorities? What do they need? Do they cover the opinions you have in government, you have in parliament? Or would you like to give them an extra impact on what they say, or draw their attention to something else? So you give something not only to the UN, but you gain expertise by yourself, and you show your government, hello, here I am, and I also want, and we in the parliament, we want to complement the official diplomacy towards the United Nations. And we have all right in the world to do so, because many parliaments decide on the budget, and nearly all have to ratify international conventions. So we have to be informed and made knowledgeable and contribute. Now, I apologize for talking so much, and I hope that I could give you an input, an additional, different input to the very important statements that have already been made. And both I myself, as well as my colleagues at IPU headquarters or at assemblies or at the standing committees, we are always there for you for whatever question or whatever support you may need in your international connections. Thank you very much for listening, and all the best from Vienna. Thank you.
1.
Thank you very much, madam. We have now listened to the 3 presentations, very rich presentations in information and lessons. The presentations were on, first of all, the definition of the concept of parliamentary diplomacy, its distinction with classic diplomacy, parliamentary diplomacy, which is part of classic diplomacy. Then another presentation on diplomacy and advocacy. In this second presentation, we are dealing with mechanisms of parliamentary diplomacy, its assets, advantages, its challenges, and recommendations were made. And then we followed the last presentation, which was on definitely parliamentary diplomacy, but emphasizing mainly cyber criminality, its challenges, sanctions, and the presence within our states, the possibilities of working together through coordination. That's what we have been able to record, to note from the 3 presentations made. Now we are going to give the floor to the members seated here to make their comments, ask questions, or even make recommendations. You've got the floor. Yes, madam, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I've got clarification to ask the ambassador from Egypt. That's participation in public hearings organized at the nations, and as Pan-African Parliament, we should have this at state level. Would it be possible to call upon the Pan-African Parliament to take part in those hearings, in that very important activity? Thank you, Madam Ambassador Brigitte. You take the floor. We are taking other questions. I'm sorry, Madam. Honorable Sophia, she has a question to ask you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would sincerely wish to thank all the presenters who have given us out of information. I believe that we have learned quite a lot of things. I would like to speak about 2 things. The first point is to ask Madame Wawa, could you please tell us if PAP has already had the opportunity to be an observer in other institutions or other parliaments? That's my first question. The second question is, you spoke before, but I would like to understand, as a parliamentarian, I would like to ask Ambassador Brigitte. She asked the question saying that do Pan-African parliamentarians as a parliament, can they participate? I would say that at country level, we talk to ambassadors in our countries, ambassadors who are at the United Nations, but the Pan-African Parliament wants sometimes to present issues concerning all African countries, what procedure is used? To whom should we address ourselves? And where can we participate or even ask questions in general terms rather than specifically as countries? Thank you, Madam. We are going to continue with Honorable Salah from Libya, who would wish to take the floor regarding the presentations that have been made. Honorable member from Libya.
Thank you, Chair. To begin, I want to thank the presenters of these presentations and even those who are participating online. And the parliamentary diplomacy is something new. And for the first time, we are discussing it in this Pan-African Parliament, and we are discussing at the level of parliamentarians, and we find it. Can you get me? I'm interpreting. Of course, commenting on what we've listened to, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy. It's a new issue to us as the parliamentarians, and which is it's different from one country to another, from region to region, but we have some clarifications on what we've had. I agree with what came from the lady from NAMSA, that the executive powers, they don't want this parliamentary diplomacy, and this is very clear. We've seen it. Of course, now, because this is what we're doing, because here, for us, what we're doing, it's not a legislative parliament, but it's more of, as parliamentarians, our policies are managed at foreign affairs, and there is a conflict between the executive powers and the parliament, and this is very clear for each and everyone. But I want one question. How can a member of an African parliament, the MP of this parliament has no more parliament and can't exercise any diplomatic, because we have foreign policies, we have foreign affairs, and so more especially when there's a conflict between executive powers and parliamentarians. Another question is the United Nations. It has to listen to the parliamentarians. I want to give an example of my country, Libya. Libya had a UN special envoy, and since 2011 up to now we've had 7 special envoys, and we had the last one who has come, but unfortunately for us, the parliamentarians in Libya, we are not satisfied with the UN special envoy, because these envoys, they don't listen to parliamentarians, they listen to governments and foreign affairs. And despite the fact that some ambassadors come and interact with us and they listen to us, but the UN special envoys, they don't listen to us. They only concentrate on governments and foreign affairs, and we feel so. Also, the IPU. Some of us, you know about this union for so many years, but in some countries it's not known. Interparliamentary Union, it's not known. No, some countries, they don't know that there is this organization, unless when there is some meetings for those, and maybe whenever they have any activities or meetings, when invitations sent, they are only attended by the head of parliaments. people's knowledge about this IPU, it's very limited. I think that it's incumbent upon IPU, Interparliamentary Union, to let people know that there is this parliament is there, and also to always share and disseminate whatever takes place in your programs and the activities that. The people have never heard about this parliament, IPU, who also talked about the role of UN. It's not, it doesn't really listen to parliamentarians unless maybe where they have them. When they do, they just do that in out of consultation level, but so.
Of course, as I've been talking to in Arabic, I've been used to talking a lot. So I will summarize. I mentioned many, but I need now to. The first thing, IPU must take effort to familiarize itself, must pass its messages to local parliaments. As I have said, there is a struggle between, or there is a conflict between legislative and executive bodies as far as some issues of diplomacy is concerned. Because there are some organizations feel that some governments feel that parliamentarians are overtaking their work. And then the third point is about the UN mission in Libya. They don't listen to parliamentarians. They don't listen to MPs because we are in a struggle to build a nation, to form to organize elections in next year. So we're not getting support from the UN as far as we parliamentarians are concerned. It is just responding to demands by the executive authorities. They don't take what is being seconded by the parliament, because it is the fact that is the parliament is the only legislative body that approves of this one. We could, as well refuse. This is the summary of what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. We have finished with regard to speakers. Now we give the floor to the experts to respond to questions that were put to them, and then we'll see if we can take up additional speakers. Honorable Nombre, would you please answer if you heard what the question? Madame Brigitte, would you like to begin? If you hear me, you hear me.
Zero.
Work on the IPU that were echoed. We, in fact, we are trying to make parliamentarians seen on the international scene, and also try wherever we can to tell everybody that they shall listen also on the international arena to MPs, because this is important for everybody and for good fulfilling the tasks that everybody has. The annual hearing in New York is not a statutory body. It is just a meeting. And this is why no only MPs in their individual function can participate there. And we would invite you to go through your embassy for visas, for everything what you need on the practical side to participate there. Because this is always done on the national level, but we would very much like to welcome a large number of you sitting here in the room, being so interested in international diplomacy and so knowledgeable, and you can bring in so much to the international debates. So I'm leaving that meeting with a lot of congratulations to you, and with a lot of hopeful, the saying, see you again soon, either at the IPU meetings or in one or the other UN meeting where you can participate. I apologize. I do have another meeting coming in and waiting for me, so I have to leave your wonderful conference. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Merci, Madame.
One.
Madam, we are delighted to have you with us. Member of Parliament Alphonse, you have the floor. Can you please go ahead? You have the floor. I would like to respond to a question that was raised by one of the representatives here. That is, how the parliamentarians can play a role in parliamentary diplomacy. I want to answer at two levels. First of all, the treaties and conventions that are negotiated by the executive are ratified by the parliament. They are approved by the parliament before they are ratified. And at that level, the parliament comes in to play the role of parliamentary diplomacy. The second level is when the parliament takes part in discussions in other parliamentary sessions on, like in the regional parliament. There are recommendations that are made following those discussions. The parliament can discuss this report internally and then notify the executive about these reports so that these recommendations are taken into account during future negotiations regarding treaties and conventions, also simply discussed during sessions to approve agreements and conventions. They need to discuss this with the executive, and we know that the executive usually accepts to consider these recommendations proposed by interparliamentary bodies. So this would open the way for the involvement of parliamentarians in parliamentary diplomacy. Thank you very much. Madam, you were asked a question, so you have the floor to answer the questions that were put to you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. There was a question, two questions. That is, the status of observer, was it given to the Pan-African Parliament? And according to my information, PAP has an observer position at Interparliamentary Union and at the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly, but also the Commonwealth Parliamentary Assembly. So those are three levels at which this Parliament has a observer status. Now to answer a question raised by the Honorable, who said that the Inter-Parliamentary Union is not known, and that the PAP take part at this meeting. Yes, the PAP attends the assembly, the General Assembly of the Parliamentary Union. It's true that this is a protocol activity because we're not directly involved in the work of the sessions of the Interparliamentary Union. However, the PAP is invited, and the head of PAP makes a statement at that forum. So briefly, this is what we do, and for some years now, unfortunately, we have not taken part actively in those interparliamentary organizations. But we are reviving the process, and our parliamentary diplomacy has helped us to attend in Angola, Rwanda, a session that was held last month, and the delegation from the Pan-African Parliament traveled at that session, and we have joint activities for 2024 with the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly. So, and we're trying also to get in touch with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Assembly to do similar work. This is what I want to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nombre Alphonse. This was very enriching, and we have taken note. And we will come back to you on other related matters. Thank you very much. We are going to continue with our presentations, and we now give the floor to Professor Tades, who is going to make his presentation. Professor, you have the floor if you're listening to us.
Zero.
Dear Honorables, can you hear me?
Yes, Prof, we can hear
Oui,
you, but
très
you
bien,
are
nous vous
dark.
recevons.
Yeah. This, good afternoon first, maybe good afternoon. How are you? Dear Honorables, this afternoon's schedule was...
Excusez-moi, professeur. Là, j'avais oublié de vous rappeler que le temps presse. Vous aurez 10 minutes pour faire votre présentation et après quoi, on reviendra vers vous dans le cadre des questions-réponses. Merci.
Translation, please.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, good. Thank you. I'll wait.
Professor, there is a button for interpretation for you. You're supposed to select English. No.
Yes.
But you're supposed to. You're not supposed to hear any other language apart from English. So
yeah, you told me yesterday this and I did it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we will continue after 10 minutes, right? In that
Non,
case,
non.
mid-round,
Non, non, professeur. Vous avez 10 minutes pour faire votre présentation. Et après, nous allons passer la parole à l'assistance pour poser des questions et des commentaires. Et après quoi, on reviendra vers vous. Merci.
do they switch off the interpretation, please?
1.
Dr. Teshome, it was said that you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then after that, there'll be a brief session for questions and answers. So, as we wait for the professor to be ready, we are going to give the floor to other presenters, and we give the floor now to Mr. Zekaria, no, rather to Mr. Benoit Anambele, and he'll be taking the floor. If you're listening to us, you have the floor. Mr. Benoit, you have the floor. You have the floor, sir.
0.
J'ai fait parvenir une présentation.
1.
We have a sound issue there. There's a sound problem. We on behalf of our institution, I'm delighted to contribute to this session dealing with parliamentary diplomacy, and I was requested to respond to the following question: How can we strengthen capacity within Parliament with regard to parliamentary diplomacy in order to undertake actions of awareness creation and also create parliamentary networks, and also that is to enable the Pan-African Parliament to have an observer status at international level. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to respond to these questions as advisor on diplomatic matters in the Francophone Parliament. And I have said this position has just been created in order to meet the need due to an increased diplomatic agenda under the circumstances that we know. So this context, this setting, is that during your previous meetings, or especially yesterday, you discussed it, especially a number of challenges that our institutions are faced with. So parliamentarians should have tools that help them to undertake their work for the well-being of the people while paying attention to the need for non-interference in matters of sovereign states. And following the crisis that have been, the Francophone Parliament is concerned, very concerned by the current situation, because this situation requires for us to take initiatives to reject fatality when we're doubting, or due to the doubt that's being expressed of the current form of the parliamentary democracy. So, allow me, first of all, honorable members of parliament, to quickly recall what has happened in our institution in the past. In Africa, you say to know where you are going, you should know where you're coming from, and that's so. It's also good to remind to our parliamentarians that how do we negotiate? What is the position of the speaker for that speaker to be understood in a given context? So, honorable members of parliament, allow me to recall that our institution, that is the Francophone Assembly, was created due to 4 members of state who are non-European and non-French. And these were, this by itself was a diplomatic action that created this institution that is available on 4 continents. Bourguiba of Tunisia, Diori of Niger, Chiaro of Cambodia, and Seda Senghor of Senegal. These declared at the time in February 1966 that it is the people who speak through their leaders, elected leaders, so that government can move forward. And we need to meet within an interparliamentary association, that is the parliaments of all the countries that speak French. So legitimacy of our institution is that conferred by the people that elect the members of parliament, that is members of parliament coming from everywhere in the world. As you can note, our institution is represented on 4 continents and has 91 members. Now, this shared historic background explains the basis for action on parliamentary diplomacy that I am going to deal with now. The first lever is that our institution wants to be really a protector of diplomacy through parliamentary diplomacy. And this action can be seen through our watch over democracy in the French-speaking regions. We have follow-up relationships with the parliaments which are part of our group, and we strengthen international relationships. And in this, the regional delegates have shared with you this morning the activities and the communication channels that we maintain when we are faced with institutional crisis. And we do this to defend the people, but also to facilitate the return to constitutional order. Dear parliamentarians, we are not legitimizing, but we want to have strong action, to have a framework for discussion to overcome constraints. And the second part is observer missions that we undertake when there's need to observe elections. And in this regard, our institution, it plays a role among those institutions that are mobilized to play the role. And we have a strategic framework and a roadmap signed with the International Organization for the Francophonie on this subject, and it helps us to mobilize financial means to fund our role in election observation. We also have good offices, missions by parliamentarians, and they help us to strengthen relationships with the parliaments and other institutions of our countries, and even beyond, as was the case last month when our institution traveled to Angola during the parliamentary union. And in this mission, we met a panel of institutions in the Republic of Angola, that is the president, the ministers, and the president of the National Assembly. And concretely, in that mission, what we see is the parliament has received a letter I've written a letter to that assembly of the Republic of Angola, has accepted us to attend their meetings. And when there are crises, we have set up a follow-up system for evaluation to look at the impact of our role, and also to come up with recommendations that we can use when they are doing a follow-up work, and also to provide our expertise when this is required. And this regard, and our institutions have this in mind. We want to see how we can work together and also look at all the lessons we can learn from the various crises we are witnessing today. And we need to put into place a mechanism for vigilance in order to adapt our work to those situations that keep on changing. And another matter on which we could insist on is the capacities we can provide at the institutional level, because as a matter of fact, with the objective of creating possibilities for training, chances or opportunities with regard to support, as that is what we can do in what the OIF has asked of us by way of support in the creation of new constitutions when issues come up that are not provided for and what we have. And another matter that's very important in our parliamentary diplomacy, as my colleague Aliu will be talking about this in a more detailed manner, but there are a few issues I want to state. There is a framework. We have a space for discussion and exchange of information. And this framework enables us to share workshops and legislative information among parliamentarians. But it's also a place where we can undertake work on laws and legislations that will help our member states move forward on specific subjects like the matter of birth registration, gender equality, and governance mechanisms. So I won't go too much into this issue because my colleague is going to develop it further.
But I would say, however, in a word, that the organization of conferences like the one of today is a very good initiative because it enables us at continental level to facilitate the exchange of information between parliamentarians, parliaments, and inter-parliamentary institutions. Dear deputies, this lady leads it to a relative point of this presentation, which is related to interparliamentary cooperation, which I could locate in the action plan that we are thinking about in the work we do. First of all, what is important to have seminaries between parliamentarians, but we can also talk about participation in interparliamentary activities. This can be very useful for us to have work on legislations, but also these are moments of diplomatic meetings between parliamentarians. For example, organizing parallel organization side events, if you prefer to call them that way, which enable to progress and to work and exchange with delegations coming from all the continents, including Africa. And during this type of fora, we can advance issues about our legislation so that we may find ways of solving some of our problems. I would not like to end my presentation without underscoring two aspects. The first aspect is that the idea of training and collaborative work, even when it's done through training that can be given to employees of parliament, they are themselves acts of diplomacy because they help us to facilitate exchange, improve administration, and also with collaboration which could lead to stability in our countries. And this is important for harmonization. For example, when we talk about ratification of different instruments, as we said before, but also in the framework of support to concrete programs. And in case of crisis, this is time gained, whether by our administrators in parliament or at political level. These relationships created a vector and links which are useful when a crisis comes up. The last point, honorables, concerns the action that we're committed to towards the youth. The youth constitutes the gifts of today, but also the gifts of tomorrow to mobilize public commitment and engagement. That's why we created in our institution a youth parliamentarian network, which is very active and which is working on the question of student and professional movement. And this calls upon participation of the youth. The youth are more mobile, and to us this is a very important aspect on which we have a project in which we are committed. Without wanting to be too long, and by thanking you for your attention, I would say in conclusion, honorables, ladies and gentlemen, that by combining examples cited in the framework of the action that we undertake, the potential energy which constitutes the Pan-African Parliament, we find very strong perspectives which will give us the possibility to contribute, to construct together balanced actions and participative actions responding to the requirements of today, to which the representatives of the people are on the forefront to defend the interests of our peoples and represent our institutions. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Your presentation has been so interesting and enriching. We are now going to pass on to other presenters. If any questions arise, they will ask you. Now, we are going to listen to Mr. Alio Drame, who is counsel responsible for interparliamentary relations. He is going to present to us the way forward and future collaboration. Mr. Drame, you have got the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your attention too. I will not be very long. I will be shorter than my colleague because my proposals are in what my colleague Benoit Onambele has just talked about. Now we'll talk about the important role which the Parliamentary Assembly of the Francophonie plays. I thank everybody for the interest you have manifested. My name is Aduna Drame. I am a counselor at the Interparliamentary Cooperation Institute. Now, we created the APF to show the importance which different institutions can play in interparliamentary collaboration, in strengthened collaboration. I would like to join what my colleagues have said. I joined this institution only 15 days ago. This is on the path of collaboration between FPA and other organizations, interparliamentary organization, that is the Pan-African Parliament, which organizes these meetings, which has organized this meeting today. I've got the confidence that we shall be able to put in place a cooperation program. The key word has been repeated many times today. That is collaboration. It's the key word. I would wish, therefore, to concentrate on the commitment I have to take ahead this word of collaboration between the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly and the Pan-African Parliament. I believe that together those two institutions constitute a very strong network capable of bringing about answers to the complex challenges which go beyond the borders of the African continent. First of all, I believe we should strengthen the links between the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly and the Pan-African Parliament. And we should understand the present context and do what I shall call a share or share of tasks, I may call that. So there's a question that was asked on to know whether the PAP members can be observers in the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. I would say that the Pan African Parliament is an observer within the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. Already, we have an agreement, a cooperation agreement, which was signed in 2016 between the PAP and the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. But I believe that we must relaunch that framework agreement so that we may favor the concrete framework of collaboration. The FPA can take ahead actions of the PAP to the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. I also believe that the Pan-African Parliament can work with the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly to have access to parliamentarians in that area. For example, in Central Africa, in Central Europe and Eastern Europe, we have got out of parliamentarians who are members of Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. And I believe that in Laos, in Cambodia, and in Vietnam, we have members. But even in North America, for example, in Canada and in Quebec, we also organize meetings for different organs of FPA. Those institutions can work together. I have been listening to one of the presenters who was talking about human rights. So the FPA organizes regularly in Geneva meetings around the issue of human rights. So I believe that if these two institutions work together, there's a possibility of collaborating and having strong synergy between the two institutions, that is the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly and the PAP. Within the Pan-African Parliament, I think I should say that's important in interparliamentary organizations, regional interparliamentary organization. I think about ECOWAS in West Africa, you can think about CEMAC in Central Africa, with which we could work together. Recently, in the month of July 2023, we organized in Cotonou in Benin the first Francophone Parliament of the Youth, and it was part of the parliaments of ECOWAS. This strategic partnership is very important. It helps us to maximize our impact, and we shall have a joint voice, especially for the missions of good office for advocacy and resolution to crisis. This morning, when a region delegate from Cote d'Ivoire made his speech, he talked about the coup d'etat which take place in Francophone countries. And so I believe that if with the Pan-African Parliament and the regional parliaments in ECOWAS, for example, and FPA have a possibility of talking with one voice. Finally, I would wish to insist on the importance of collaboration with international organizations like the United Nations, the European Union, and African Union, and foster that collaboration. Together, that partnership can create a more efficient diplomatic voice. Together with our forces, we contribute to create a future where values are shared on peace and sustainable development of the African continent. I would wish to finish my presentation with a quotation which is known of Henry Ford, which says that to keep back is not good. Remain together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Councillor. I will add on my part that together we must continue to innovate for serving better always. Now we are going to start on the question answer session. I would like to give the floor to whoever wants to take it in the room. whoever has any question to ask or any comment to make or any recommendation to make. Now, whoever wants to take the floor can take it. And our presenters are ready to answer the questions. You are going to receive questions and will be requested to respond to them. Today, we are quite happy to be with you because parliamentary and interparliamentary organizations contribute to the development and parliamentary diplomacy. And through diplomacy, we can be able to resolve so many issues because some opt for dialogue. Because without dialogue, you cannot do much. We must opt for dialogue because dialogue is an integral part of parliamentary diplomacy. Parliamentarians are telling me things have been so clear. So we are going to continue to work with you. That means you are the best. And we are very happy with your courage and determination. Oh, somebody has a question. Somebody has a question. Doctor, would like to ask you a question. He has broken the rule. Thank you, Chair. In fact, it's not a question as such. It's a contribution. First of all, I wish to thank the presenters for having given us information on these issues. You have got the potential within the pub. But the question I have is, can we be able to exploit whatever is said here? Because we have got an office. You can see how our office is organized. We have everything. They're the youth. We have experts. There are consortiums where parliamentarians are sent. They go there, they learn, they come back, and they support diplomacy, executive diplomacy. We, within the pub, have we got that type of organization? Even if we have it, we need means. We need means. It's not only the office that will be there and work, because there's an organization here or there. Our people go into missions, come back, go and come back. But what I want myself is real action. It's good to listen to all these people and whatever they are saying, all these presentations. But now, how shall we behave in order to put all that in action, to concretize all that we are saying here? Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You can see that he has asked a technical question which had to be asked anyway, because given the presentations which have been made and their relevance, what should we do to put them to execution in line with parliamentary mandate and actions? The PAP should take its responsibilities and try to implement all the mechanisms we have in place to be able to respond to that crucial question which each one of us is asking themselves. So, dear presenters, those are some of the appreciations you would wish to make to this study. That question has been pertinent. We would wish to remain in contact with you. In the future, we should be able to exchange on other issues and share competencies and for the good of our continent. Thank you very much. Mr. Professor Tages. If you can hear us, it's now your turn to make your presentation, and the parliamentarians are very eager to listen to you. Professor, you have the floor if you can hear us.
0.
I was expecting our friends from South Africa, Midrand will join us, but unfortunately they are not ready, I think. If they are ready, Jacob will have to help us to just to bring them in. The coordinators, please, you.
1. 0.
When we proceed, Midrand is not ready, they are on another topic. So you will address this meeting in Burundi only. Thank you.
Okay. Oh. Okay, in that case, let me share with you my slide before I start discussion on that. Okay. How can I get visible here? One moment, please. One moment.
Cher docteur, si les diapos n'arrivent pas vraiment à se mettre en exécution,
1.
If you cannot make your projections, we can follow and listen to you. Then you'll send us your presentation online or in our emails. Your presentation to depend on you.
Two. 0.
Prof, if you put your mouse down, you will see there is a green button saying share screen.
When I click that button, the option my slide is not.
Just read the name. Look at the name of the document you want. Look at the name. You should see the name of your document there. Is the document open already?
The document is open, but it doesn't come to the Zoom's dialog box when I try to share it. So I have to.
Maybe share your window instead. Share your screen instead of sharing a window. There's an option of sharing the screen. Then you can share the entire screen.
Here is it.
Okay, thank you. We can see your screen, so please just open the document because we can see your screen.
May I open the, okay. Okay. Is it okay now? Can you
Oui.
see it now?
Oui, ça va.
1, 0, 1,
Yes, everything's fine now. Yes.
Okay. Let me continue.
2, 1, 0,
Can I continue now?
1,
Yes, doctor, you can go ahead. Proceed. We are receiving you. We can hear you.
Zero.
Later on, when the group comes in, we'll let them in and they will join us for discussion. Okay, having said this, today's topic is parliamentary diplomacy, oversight and advocacy. As I learned from staying with you for this afternoon, it has been discussed very well, so that my assignment will be really simple at this moment in time, because much of the issues that I plan to discuss to put to your attention is already said in one way or another. So, for the sake of completeness, I will try to focus on the very important points that I think need the attention of Pan-African in this regard. Here, my plan was to discuss on these three topics, very important topics: parliamentary diplomacy, parliamentary oversight, and parliamentary advocacy, on the aspect of the conceptual understanding, historical evolution in Africa, and current status, principles and methods, kind of good discussion. I think that would have been better before I present it before your discussion
Non,
because
interprétation, on n'entend pas, on n'a rien
now
comme son.
served as a conceptual.
Oui, oui.
1, 0,
Okay.
Professor, as we discussed yesterday, you need to be clear so that the interpreters can hear you clearly and they can interpret for the majority of the members who are non-English speaking. So you need to have a very good microphone. So could you please come close to the microphone so that you can be audible for our interpreters? Thank you, sir.
Okay. That's good now. Interpreters now. Okay. As an introduction, I would like to say, all of you, the Pan-African Committee members of PAP, to join the meeting and introduce this presentation. I would say welcome. In this presentation, we aim to guide parliamentarians in understanding and applying three fundamental aspects of their role. These are parliamentary diplomacy, parliamentary oversight, and parliamentary advocacy. So when we see the let us start by parliamentary diplomacy. Parliamentary diplomacy, sometimes known as, in some literature, diplomacy. In this discussion, we will use PD for parliamentary diplomacy. Is an important perspective and alternative form of diplomacy developed lately by the increasing role of parliaments and their involvement in foreign affairs and international relations issues. It is the means by which two or more parliaments conduct an ongoing dialogue with regard to key international issues. It has specific advantage in comparison with executive diplomacy or traditional diplomacy or conventional diplomacy, such as increased flexibility in establishing contact with various local stakeholders, as well as communicating with fewer constraints and no more sensitive issues. Distinct from traditional diplomacy, I mean here is the normal formal diplomacy that is being done by career diplomats through executive body, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and government officials. We call it that traditional diplomacy. Distinct from this, PD is primarily conducted by the executive branch of governments executed by elected representatives. I mean, parliamentary democracy is executed by elected representatives. Traditional diplomacy is done by executive branch, appointed or career diplomats. These distinctions endows parliamentary diplomacy with several benefits, among which three are notable. The first one is parliamentary diplomacy has an increased flexibility. You see, parliamentarians are not subject to the same bureaucratic constraints as government officials, enabling them to engage in more informal and direct interactions with their counterparts in other countries. You see? They try to communicate. They usually use informal and formal ways and interacting on certain issues without keeping bureaucratic procedures. We saw parliamentary diplomacy is flexible than traditional diplomacy. The second benefit of PD is greater legitimacy. Parliamentarians being directly accountable to the people they represent have a strong claim to represent the will of their nation. You see? Parliamentarians are delegates of their respective constituents or the people. So what they do in parliamentary diplomacy is a legitimate act. But any diplomat, diplomat, is not a representative of the people, and most likely what is pursuing may not be according to the interest of the people. You see? Here, there is greater legitimacy. This is for the discussion of academic discussion, theoretical discussion. We know that practically diplomats are pursuing their diplomacy based on their own country's national interests. Sometimes they may abuse, we don't know. But here, PD is very highly legitimate. Another third benefit is enhanced communication. Parliamentarians often more adept at public communication than government officials, are better equipped to foster understanding between countries. So they are good communicators, parliamentarians. When we come to history and origin, parliamentary diplomacy, as its name case, has its root in the Roman Empire, has evolved into modern form that can be traced back to the what they call Magna Carta, signed in 1230 AD, according to the literature. But we don't have evidence. It may emanated from Africa. We don't know. But the evidence, the literature at hand shows this. The modern PD originated in the early days of international organizations, such as the Interparliamentary Union, which was founded in 1889. The IP provided a platform for parliamentarians from different countries to meet and discuss issues of common interest. This helped to lay the foundation for the development of parliamentary democracy as distinct from the international engagement. This very briefly about its history and origin. When it comes to its evolution in Africa, the evolution of African parliamentary diplomacy has been influenced by several key events and developments. As you know, during the colonial era, African diplomacy was shaped by the European powers that divided the continent into colonial territories. However, the decolonization in the 1960s and 1970s marked a significant shift in the continent's diplomatic landscape. The rise of new African states led to the establishment of continental organizations with the aim of, like OAU, with the aim of promoting cooperation and integration among African countries. So the evolution goes on. The recognition of PD in Africa has been a gradual process when it's compared to other continents. Global attention has increasingly focused on the role of parliament and the cabinet in foreign policy making in Africa, particularly in South Africa and the Eastern African Legislative Assembly. In post-apartheid South Africa, the national parliament has played a significant role in defining and overseeing foreign policy, primarily through its portfolio committee on international relations and cooperation. So diplomatic history, parliamentary diplomatic history of Africa regarded this thing as a notable point. So to wind the African experience, we can have about four milestones in the evolution of parliamentary diplomacy in Africa. The first milestone comes in 1963. This is the establishment of OAU, which promoted regional cooperation and encouraged parliaments to play a role in diplomacy, encouraged national parliament. The second one is in 1993, the establishment of the Interparliamentary Committee for Sustainable Development, which brought together parliamentarians from around the world to discuss environmental issues. The third milestone is the establishment of African Union as a union which replaced the OAU and further promoted and strengthened democracy and good governance in Africa. Then the last milestone is the establishment of the Pan-African Parliament, the first continental parliamentary body in Africa. So current status of African PD shows the establishment of PAP has ensured the full participation of African people in the continent's economic development and integration. So African diplomacy has adapted to the ever-changing regional, continental, and global environment in recent years. When we wind the current status in short, we can see that the emergence of China at the global level, especially in Africa, and other rising powers, has also influenced Africa's diplomatic landscape, leading to the formation of new diplomatic relationships and partnerships by and large based on equal win-win basis. Then comes what are the principles, methods of PD. There might be different and many principles, among which these three principles are very important when it comes to parliamentary diplomacy. The first one is, as you know, mutual understanding. Mutual understanding is the promotion of mutual benefits between countries. This involves fostering relationship with other parliaments, international organizations, engaging in dialogue on key international issues and influencing policies at the regional and international level. The second principle is democratic legitimacy. This involves ensuring that the actions and decisions of parliaments reflect the will of the people present. By upholding democratic values and principles, parliaments can enhance their credibility and influence on the international stage. The third principle is conflict resolution. Conflict resolution involves using diplomatic means to resolve disputes and conflicts between countries or within a country by promoting dialogue and understanding. Parliaments can play a key role in preventing conflicts and promoting peace by employing, among others, these. Next comes methods. What methods of, what are the methods of PD? The first one, as you know very well, is interparliamentary meetings. This provides a platform for parliamentarians coming from different areas to engage in a dialogue, exchange views, and build the relationship with their counterparts from other countries, as we do now. Parliamentary assemblies, this can be also regional or international. The next comes diplomatic missions. This can involve visits to other countries, participation in international conferences, allow parliamentarians to engage directly with their counterparts and other stakeholders. The next one is parliamentary oversight. The parliamentary oversight is the cornerstone of democracy. It is a means by which a parliamentarian, on behalf of the people, holds the government or executives to account between elections. The government who managed to come to power by making a promise to its electorate has to be held accountable for its word that made to the power. So for this, parliaments are there to control these issues. So that activity that is known as parliamentary oversight. Parliamentary oversight is a crucial function of a parliament in a democratic system, involving the monitoring and review of the executive branch's action. It aims to hold the government accountable, ensure transparency, and prevent abuse of power. It involves the parliament reviewing, monitoring, and supervising activities by the government. When we compare parliamentary diplomacy and parliamentary oversight with these three features, what the focusing, what their focus, what their purpose, what the activity, and what the outcomes, it goes like this. If you see this slide, the matrix, the first column is a feature which, for example, the focus of parliamentary diplomacy is external relations, but the focus of parliamentary oversight is internal affairs. Parliamentarians don't observe the international issue, but the internal. The purpose of the parliamentary diplomacy is promote mutual understanding, influence foreign policy, and address shared challenges. But the purpose of parliamentary oversight is hold the government accountable for its actions to its people, to the country. Activity for PD is interparliamentary meeting, parliamentary assemblies, and diplomatic missions. But for oversight, review of the government's budgets, investigation of its policies, questioning of its ministers. Well, the outcome, when you see outcome, the parliamentary diplomacy, if that is successful, there will be improved relationship between parties, strong foreign policy, more effective to shared challenges. You see, solution, international solution will be there, and the effective partnership is already built. But in oversight, more transparent, responsible, and accountable, if you like, committed government can be put in place as a result of parliamentary oversight. When we see very briefly about parliamentary oversight, or PO, its origin can be traced back again to the early days of democracy in Europe. So in England, for example, the parliament began to assert its authority over the crown in the 17th century. So it is said in the literature it started from as of that time. This process culminated in the glorious revolution of 1688, which established the principle of parliamentary sovereignty. When it comes to the urban evolution Africa, PO in Africa has evolved over time, reflecting the changing landscape of the continent. In the early post-colonial period, many African countries were ruled by authoritarian regimes that had little regard for democratic principles. As a result, parliamentary oversight was often weak or non-existent. However, parliamentary oversight remains a challenge in many African factors such as corruption and weak constitution and lack of public awareness. Here also we can see in PO two milestones in Africa. The first one is 1990, the adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which enshrines the right to democratic participation. The second one is 2002, the adoption of the new partnership for African development, which included a commitment to strengthen parliaments and promote transparency and accountability. With regard to the principles of PO, you know these points. The first one is transparency and openness. The second principle is accountability. The third one is financial accountability. Let us see the financial accountability principle of the PO. Parliaments approve, as you know very well, and scrutinize government spending by highlighting waste of budget within publicly funded services. Their aim is to improve the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of government expenditure. The same goes to other principles like accountability, transparency, and openness. When you come to the method of PO, the first one is questions to ministers. You know, parliamentarians are oversighter of the system have the right to ask ministers accountability. The second one is interpellation. The interpellation is another key method of parliament PO. It involves formal procedure whereby parliamentarians can ask questions of government, the incumbent government, ministers, prime ministers, and hold them to account their deeds. Then comes votes of no confidence. Votes of no confidence is one of the critical methods for parliamentarians to exercise their muscle or their power. Votes of no confidence are a common method of PO. These votes, which can involve the formal votes on the floor of the parliament, allow parliamentarians to express their lack of confidence in the government of a particular minister to go away or to resign from the official post or political office. Then comes parliamentary advocacy. The conceptual understanding of parliamentary advocacy, which stands for PA, often referred to as legislative advocacy, is a strategic process of influencing public policy and the resource allocation decisions within political, economic, and social system and institutions. It involves using a various sorts of form of advocacy and all lobbying to influence public opinion and ultimately public policy. It is a means for parliamentarians to represent the interest of their constituents and to advocate for policies and laws that benefit them. So as I'm sharing the document to all participants through coordinators, a little bit extended document is already shared. I hope you will get it by your email and social media so you can read it. So for the interest of time, I'm a little bit speedy, I think. Now, with regard to the history and origin, the parliamentary advocacy in Africa can be traced back to the post-colonial era when newly independent African states were establishing their democratic institutions. Parliaments as representative bodies were seen as crucial platforms for advocating for the needs and interests of the people. One of the earliest examples of PA in Africa was the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. There was a movement that anti-apartheid. Parliamentarian boards within South Africa and internationally played a crucial role in advocating for the end of apartheid and the establishment of democratic South Africa, which is by and large successful. Its evolution in Africa over the years, PA has evolved and adapted to the changing political, economic, and social context. It has been used to address a range of issues, from promoting democratic governance and human rights to tackling poverty and inequality. At the bottom line, the Pan-African Parliament established in 2004 has been actively engaged in advocacy efforts in several conflict hotspots in the organized. It is on its initial stage, but the attempt and the beginning is really promising. That's good. Current status of PA. The current status of PA in Africa is characterized by both progress and challenges. While there have been significant strides in promoting democratic governance and regional integration, challenges such as political instability, corruption, as we have discussed last time, usages, and weak institutional capacity continue to hinder effective PA. For instance, in Africa, the women's political participation in Africa is still far from achieving equal and effective participation in political decision making. See? This is one of the areas for parliamentarians to advocate, to work, to apply parliamentary advocacy mechanisms. Women constitute only, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure about, 4% of the parliamentarians in Africa, indicating a need for more advocacy in this area. With regard to the principles of parliamentary advocacy, which is where you are very much aware of it, and you are actually as we speak, you are doing this. That is representation. The second principle is transparency. The third one is...
Pardon, excusez-moi, docteur. Docteur, si vous me suivez.
One.
We have got other presentations to listen to, and we're being called upon to say that they're online and they've been waiting for quite some time. We request you to wind up as quickly as possible and then send us electronically your document to be used as a reference. Then we'll move on to questions, and thereafter you could develop your presentation. Thank you.
Zero.
One is presentation PowerPoint. The other is a compiled document about 40 pages for your reading. I hope the coordinators from PAP will share with you. Okay, having said this, just let me
Merci,
finish,
docteur. Merci beaucoup.
One.
Yes, very fast.
Zero.
And PEPO and PA. This includes enhancing their understanding of policy issues. They also need to work closely with civil society and other international partners, and they should also strive to address the challenges of this PO, PE, PD, and PA in Africa. So they should also strive to promote, as I said earlier, women's political participation and ensure participation in political decision making. By understanding, applying these concepts, I am sure that African Parliamentarian Standing Committee members can play a very crucial role in shaping the future of. So let us work together to ensure a prosperous and democratic Africa. Thank you so much. This is all about today's presentation.
1.
Thank you very much. I would now
2. 1.
that has been made by the doctor. We are now going to give the floor to the members seated in here if they have got any questions to ask or any comments to make about the presentation that has been made. You've got the floor. Otherwise, I would like to take this opportunity to make some comment. I wish to say that you have presented to us ideas. We have listened to a lot of information, but in our respective parliaments, the internal procedures have got certain paths they follow. The executive on governance, possibility for parliamentarians to undertake parliamentary investigations, asking for the resignation of ministers. But sometimes government may not quite respect the recommendations made by parliament. Sometimes the head of government or the president says, I'm the head of executive, so it's up to me to appoint or disappoint, to appoint or fire. We have got the head of government who is from the majority party in the assembly. Have the head of state who is the president of the republic. But in the framework of a presidential regime, the structure is with mono power. It's difficult sometimes to squeeze the president to take decisions against his own will. So we shall wait for the report, or that is to say your document, so that we may be able to examine it and deepen our ideas so that our states may be able to conform, to align themselves to the rule of law. These are some of the comments I wanted to make about your presentations, your presentation. We thank you very much and we hope to be in contact with you in the coming days.
Zero.
Do you like me to talk a few words on that, or to comment?
1.
we are now going to have a tea break. We shall wait for the others to be online. We are going to mark a break and we shall return after that break.
Zero.
Thank you, Professor. The meeting has adjourned for 10 minutes. So the chair thanked you for your time. And now they are going to move on to other discussions.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
7. 1.
Mhm. Good afternoon. Our session is starting, and we'd like to call upon Mr. Damian, General Secretary of the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly, to make a presentation on future collaboration. And after that, we will invite other speakers, and then we'll give you the floor. We'll give you the floor as participant to comment. So, Mr. Damien has the floor. You have, Mr. Damien, you have the floor. Yes, we hear you now. Yes, we hear you. We hear you, and we're waiting for you to start. I'll begin. Even if I don't hear, I'm going to start my presentation. So I'm sorry if it will be difficult for us to interact. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, thank you for the opportunity that you have given to the Francophone Parliamentary Organization, inviting us to take part in this joint meeting of your commission. It's very important to interact with the Pan-African Parliament, and I am honored, and this is a great opportunity for the organization that I lead to take the floor before you. I'm sorry because of the sound, which is not very good, but I've just arrived at Geneva train station, and I've come straight to speak with you over the phone. But with the goodwill of the Pan-African Parliament, I hope it's important for me to make this presentation this afternoon. The Pan-African Parliament and the Francophone Parliament have a partnership agreement that was signed in 2016, and which unfortunately didn't become immediately implemented because of the crisis we went through, and because of this, it's at times very complicated for us politically to proceed. But we are obliged to sign and strengthen the work that we have. The partnership between our two organizations should be strengthened, more so because the Francophonie has changed in its trajectory. We want to be able to introduce multilateralism and multilingualism in our organization, to work with organizations which are not centered around the French language, but who want to promote the multiculturalism, which is important today in the world. So I'll provide some information in the time that within which I've been requested to speak on the new policy guidelines and our strategy that was determined by our governing council during our last General Assembly in July, which took place in Georgia. And so to go, this is our day. We were able to, our organization was given the floor, and our regional delegation, Honorable Member of Parliament of Cote d'Ivoire, who spoke this morning, spoke on matters of the parliamentary diplomacy. And then Mr. Benoit Bambele, who also spoke to you on matters that are critical. So the major areas of activity in our organization since July is we see the necessity to strengthen the services we provide to our parliaments. Frankly speaking, there might be some doubt in the parliaments on the usefulness of parliamentary organizations when they look at the cost, because there are contributions which need to be made. But we need to modernize ourselves and also to do everything possible to improve upon our services. We have a legislative caucus which uses existing legislations in the Francophone space to come up with solutions to parliaments who will decide on given subjects. We provide technical and legal tools to help parliaments to do their work. So we have a legislative caucus on the fight against climate change, for example, and we had a meeting January early this year. Also, we have our framework, an arrangement to cooperate up to 2024. So we have this body that we put together to work on climate change, and we have got other bodies, groups that are going to work on fight against pollution caused by plastic waste, and we want legislations on budgeting, for example, gender-sensitive budgeting. These are some of the areas we want to work on. And we would like to promote and encourage South-South cooperation, to highlight the legislation that has been adopted by countries in the South, and we want to strengthen this cooperation, because to which take into account the geopolitical realities of the day in the Francophone space. And we know, for example, that the role of French has changed a lot in the parliaments. The speaker had gone off air. And then another area we are working on is parliamentary diplomacy, which has been the subject for today. And in this regard, our organization was struck by the epidemic of coup d'etat, that is unconstitutional changes of governments that have been noted over the past few years, especially this summer. And in this regard, there's a need for us to work with other organizations, interparliamentary organizations in Africa. And to speak frankly, when we look at the current situation over the last month, and this, in Liberia on one side, which is English speaking, then Gabon, then Niger, we wonder on the relevance of the Francophone model. We need to look at it again, and we need to look at the reality of what's going on around us to see how we can move forward together in the French-speaking space, and to find solutions to the crises that are affecting this zone. And in this regard, parliamentary diplomacy can be a very strong tool, because which will enable frank dialogue among parliaments and also, so we need to encourage political dialogue within our bodies, and this is where parliamentary diplomacy comes in. In this regard, today's event is very important, and I believe that this is a major milestone in setting up a new collaborative activities between you, ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament, and your partners in the Francophone sphere. And I'll be discussing this with our chair, member of parliament of the Canadian Embassy, and a French member of parliament with whom we work on these activities. Since this morning, I have had discussions with a number of people, And I will close my statement by making an appeal that the APF requires the possibility of organizing an upcoming meeting on its political forum in the walls of the Pan-African Parliament. That would be an event, a very important event, a milestone for us in promoting our cooperation. So an official mail will be sent to you by Senator Strasser, who is the chair of our political committee. So, Chairperson, Honorable Parliament, thank you for your attention and for this floor, give me the floor. And I hope that we'll have an opportunity to speak with you again soon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Damian. We thank you for sharing that information. And we have taken note, but we request you to be at our disposal, to be available for future interventions so that we can move forward. The support that you are providing to the Parliament will be useful to us, and we would like to thank you for the goodwill that you have expressed to our Parliament, especially our Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, Damien, and bye-bye. Oh, thank you very much, and bye-bye, honorable member. We have come to the end of our session today, and we'll give the floor to Honorable Madame Safia Eldi Ivrin to make the conclusions on the subject that we've been discussing since morning. Madam, you have the floor. Dear colleagues, we are coming to the end of our day on parliamentary diplomacy. For that reason, I would like to seek your indulgence because I cannot begin my statement without requesting you for 1 minute for me to raise a problem that affects us and the entire world. That is the problems in Gaza. The entire world is observing the sinister scene that we see, bodies that have been burned in thousands, children who have been cut into pieces due to the continuous bombardment day and night. And then all these universe, you can imagine the inhuman situation the Palestinian people are going through. On this, I'd like to request you for 1 minute of silence for all the children, mothers, and women that have died. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament,
Honorable colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, members
Allow me to reiterate on behalf of all members of the Parliament and on my own behalf our thanks to people who have taken time off to discuss with us on the matter at hand. And specifically, I'd like to commend active participation by the Interparliamentary Union and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Francophone Assembly that who responded to our invitation. And I'm convinced that these interactions will strengthen the relationship between our institutions in our future engagements. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished participants, allow me to briefly comment on the highlights that have marked our meeting. This meeting has enabled us to assess and to make proposals to strengthen parliamentary diplomacy of the Pan-African Parliament, especially with regard to the crisis where Pan-African Parliament is in the process of assessing its strategic plan that will end this year and then formulating the next plan that will go from 2024 to 2028. I am delighted to note that we have prepared objectives that we need, the objectives that we set for ourselves, and we to define the role of the parliamentarian on the international scene. And number three, show the different concepts and approaches with regard to parliamentary diplomacy. And thirdly, we have defined actions that will help us to strengthen democracy and human rights using parliamentary diplomacy. And number four, analyze mechanisms and institutions at the interparliamentary level and diplomatic initiatives. Number five, strengthen capacity among the members of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament to undertake efficient action and get the observer status at international organisms. And number five, define the way forward as far as collaboration is concerned within Pan-African, the PAP, and international organizations. And the Pan-African Net has had an opportunity, a privileged opportunity, to host or to have support from intergovernment organs to implement its activities on matters that have been raised here. However, participants noted ambivalences and the urgency to strengthen the institutional powers of the Parliament that would enable us to exercise its powers with regards to advocacy and supervision on issues such as principles of drug and equality. Honourable members of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to assure you that the observations and proposals and recommendations that have been made during our discussions will be quickly considered, and synergies and new dynamism will be put into place to promote parliamentary advocacy. And I'm convinced that parliamentary diplomacy will help us to show the partners of our continental parliament through strategic action on the international scene. And that will give us visibility in order to ably represent the people that have entrusted us with this task. And lastly, I declare the end of this meeting on parliamentary diplomacy, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much, honorable member. Thank you very much. And that's how we have come to the end of today's meeting. I want to make any comment on the guidelines that our sister Honorable Safia has just delivered. But we would simply like to say thank you to her. And we meet tomorrow in this room at the same time. And we hope that the Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, will give us tomorrow's day for some minutes to make comments on the reports that were submitted by the audit committee to understand where problems lie and then prepare what's going to happen next. So before we close, I give the floor to Dr. Yeo to provide information. Thank you, Chairperson. I've just joined the Honorable Sampras, and in the same point of this, he's saying that tomorrow we should connect the three countries to discuss the report, the CAPA report. And so Dr. Gao, and if this can be, if this can happen. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. We're going to submit this matter to administration and up to them to ensure a follow-up. And tomorrow we'll have an idea or a response to this question. So, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's work. We'll meet here tomorrow in the morning at the same time, main frequency. Thank you very much.